Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
An amazing event happened on planet Earth in the beautiful city of Beijing, China. The cosmic ray technology was shown for the first time to the public by the financial arm of Keshe Foundation, the American Mark Ray Corporation, which is traded on the US stock exchange. Mr. Keshe himself went to China to show creation of materials from the magnetic fields by using obsolete technology, or what we call rotating gun reactors with electric motors. He's using these old reactors as a starting point for humanity to slowly accept the evolution in science and technology. For 3 days straight, the reactors were run and shown live on Zoom, so that anybody from around the world who wanted to could come in and see. Black particles like dust start appearing on the white paper sheets around the reactors. These particles are being created through the reactors and the fields of the universe and the inertia of our planet. They are not coming from the room. There were 4 sets of pairs of reactors with red and green gases spinning in them. We were told they were not CH3 and CuO, but something else. They were set up in a star formation on tables inside the front windows of the Intercontinental Hotel. Anybody passed on the street could see them. White papers and spoons were spread around the reactors to catch the materials being formed from the fields. Some knowledge seekers were able to capture on video when black specks suddenly appeared on the paper, like out of thin air. It was very interesting to witness when energy first appears in the matter state. As time went on and the fields built up and changed strength, the specks formed into bigger pieces and some elongated, and some changed color into gold. This is the first time the public has been able to freely witness the creation of matter from energy. At the end of 3 days, Mr. Keshe collected more particles and showed everyone attending. An interesting thing occurred. When he touched the black dust on the paper with his finger, it turned gold. He said it interacted with the fields of the inertia of the earth through his finger. This phenomenon was written about in ancient times when the Greek god Midas touched things and it was said they turned to gold. What we witness here is how everything in the universe is created, from ourselves to the planets and even cancer.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. Again, the University of the Universe, and we're absorbing more and more of it. And of course, we're being taught the correct way, not the misleading way. And of course, the knowledge is shared very similarly in all the other language communities. It's the exact same knowledge of creation and the way things are put together on the energy matter level before we see it appear in the matter state. And this was the entire, much of the emphasis of this last workshop. Understanding energy is equal to mass. Mass just gets a little bit of inertia added to it and it's slowed down, and now we see it in the matter state. So that's what I'm thinking. The plasma, as we know, has the principle, the transitional, and the matter state. To me, the principle goes into the matter state directly. It could, or it could transfer through the gravitational fields of the dark matter or transitional matter and become matter. But apparently, they're both the same. The energy and the mass, or the mass has inertia with inertia, is exactly the same as the principal matter. I think this is revealed in the book. This is what I was remembering from that book. But apparently, we've been again misled by some of the institutions which we've trusted. I never really looked into Einstein's theories or anything like that, and some of it, I guess, is valid, but a lot of it is misleading. And of course, what we saw in the opening video was one of the ways of sort of taking apart the Big Bang theory of the universe sort of got hot and sort of exploded and cooled off into other fragments and gases and different things. Well, I think he's doing the same thing with the energy equals mass squared. And we're going to take a look at that a little bit more today. And again, I'm no expert, so hopefully, if you have some knowledge in this field, you can share it with us. But apparently, the mass or the matter is the same as the energy. They're different, but they're interconnected. And this is the yin and the yang. And of course, as we heard in the video, we can create materials if we know how to manipulate. And we can also, in our own reactors, even create cancers, again, through the emotion manifesting a matter state or a little asteroid or a satellite or a meteor, even within our own bodies, which sometimes we refer to as a lump or cancer. So we're going to try and explore the workshop a little bit more. I need all the help we can get. As Mr. Keshe said, it'll take more than all of us on this planet to unravel this knowledge. And we may be getting some help from our friends in the universe, or perhaps people that we're actually related to that we weren't aware of. And this is one of the other things Mr. Keshe stressed. We're part of a much bigger structure. This Milky Way galaxy or this universe could just be a cell, as he tried to compare it to the cell of the kidney, not even aware it's part of a much bigger structure. And then he talked about the unicos being what we would call the God, and so on and so forth. And the creator of this universe is just, again, that sort of Russian doll, a doll within a doll within a doll within a doll. And as he said, the creator of the universe is what we refer to as God, the entire structure. How big that is, as Alex said, how big is large? So again, more understanding in the universe of the, or the university of the universe, I should say. And I didn't realize there was such knowledge available. I thought we had sort of got it down pat here on this planet, but we certainly haven't, I don't think we've gotten to first base yet. But we will get there. As Mr. Keshe said, there's much, much more to be revealed. And of course, these teachings, he said, from now on are for your soul or your energy center. And that's up to you to apply it, investigate it, and work with it. What triggers you may be different than what triggers me, and so on and so forth. But he said, if we understand this process of creation, there's nothing unique in a way in the universe. We all are unique, yes, but the process of creation is the same throughout. And we're just starting to understand this, and man will transverse universes in a very short time, depending on how quickly we start to understand this knowledge. But before we go any further, as we always like to do, is to reconfirm our ethos, which is to review the World Peace Treaty. Let me make it a little larger. And of course, this is a very simple but yet profound document. As Mr. Keshe said, making certain things is so simple, yet it confuses us. But this can be found on the Keshe Foundation on search engines. This is the document the world leaders will sign, or perhaps they'll just sign it with the pen of their soul. It is between you and your energy center. And this was the whole idea, to bring your physicality into the behavior of the creator. And I think, or at least start to move it in that direction. And apparently the problem lies in the physicality and the soul of physicality. Again, bringing that electron closer to the proton releases some energies. And this is what he's asking us to do. But yet we're not quite there yet. This is our wish to be more peaceful or to be completely peaceful. But as he said, we can't ask the man to stop eating. Again, we would never think of this as being unpeaceful until we can have a system that would replace that eating. And of course, that's the One Nation Network, among other things. I know he had referred to the Oasis system in the past, and I think you'll see the Oasis system being brought through the One Nation Network eventually. But at this point in time, it's an internal sort of structure to the Keshe Foundation with its gaming coin and offers in the store and the ability to earn tokens. So this World Peace Treaty is part of the ethos. Remember, we're adding a new science onto man's knowledge, which is this science of plasma. We're also introducing a new ethos. And one of them is we are here to be served, or we are here to serve and not to be served. And of course, one of the other ethoses is the stronger feeds the weaker or elevates the weaker up to its position, rather than what we see today where the stronger eats the weaker or takes over, as we've seen in companies, we see it in nature, we see it with gangs and the rest of this. But this is not the ethos of the universe. So getting to a peaceful, permanent position on this planet is one of the prerequisites of us reaching our entry level position, I think, into the universe, even though we're being taken into the universe as equals. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? You're creating a little reactor, I've felt in the recent period, just by getting involved in this and thinking this. And even if you haven't signed it or you're debating, should I sign this? You're creating little energies or plasmas within your own structure. That's very good, I think. And whether they're peaceful or whether they're aggressive, I think there's an interaction just contemplating, should I move forward with this? Should I not move forward with this? Is this sort of just something some guy dreamed up and doesn't have any real deep meaning? But we're all, as knowledge seekers, starting to understand more and more the work of the universe and also the ethos of the universe or the protocol. A lot of people, richer people, send their children to a finishing school in a way. And so they know the different protocols when you're meeting certain different, let's say, elite people or ambassadors or political types or what have you. So we're learning this through the foundation as well, the behavior we need to be part of the universe. And so we are part of it, but sort of been put out in the garden, as Mr. Keshe says, because our behavior just hasn't lined up with what it needs to be. But fear not, because there are systems and energies being sort of manipulated around this planet and being delivered through the Keshe Foundation to allow this to come to fruition. As he said, we're fulfilling the promises of the Holy Book, delivering this. And if man starts to understand this energy dimension, will be quite a ways further than we are today. But again, did somebody want to say something?
I want to read it.
Oh, please be my guest. Thank you, Herm.
Okay. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of this earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. And I shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, I all agree and swear with my nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, body, and soul. And here comes my name and signature, date, position, etc. And after signing this treaty, we are proud to display the certificate wherever we consider being important to us, that everyone can see and know our ethos to fellow men and to mankind and other created beauties of the Creator.
Thank you, Erm. Does that mean we can pin it onto our chest and display it all over the place, or make a T-shirt showing our World Peace
Or a
Treaty,
bumper sticker.
or a bumper sticker as well? But again, we're not really collecting them unless you become a private student, as I understand it. This is between you and your energy center. And how you apply it, the way you apply it, how fast you apply it, or how slow you apply is all up to you. The way it befits you to be more peaceful. Maybe you step over that bug that you normally crush, or maybe instead of saying a derogatory thing to another person, you decide to say an elevating thing to another person. It's all deciding on how you want to sort of work with this. But again, this is part of the ethos of the universe. So this is where your soul is heading, as I understand it. So rather than wait till you get there, as Mr. Keshe said, you will have a lot to learn. And of course, this energy dimension we never really acknowledged. Mr. Keshe mentioned chameleons and other sort of things that we operate in both the physical dimension and the energy dimension simultaneously. Or we can take a break and allow the physicality to sort of rest and explore the energy dimension, or disregard the energy dimension and just be purely operating in the physicality. Even though I think both are there, we can switch or switch over as often as
Yeah.
we like.
Another comment. Like this morning, I was doing some texting and I revised it and revised it and deleted because it was not loving. It was not, well, kind of the opposite. So I just
Yes,
noticed and just erased it
yes.
and refrained from making certain kinds of comments.
That's great, because that means we're becoming more self-aware in a way.
Yep.
Could this be interpreted the wrong way? Let's not let that happen. Let's put it in a way that, again, as he said, Mr. Keshe said, we don't take away from souls. We're always trying to add to a soul to bring its elevation rather than its demise or feeling bad. And again, that's all interconnected in that ethos of Mitra, or the thinking, speaking, and acting good, which he said it's a cornerstone of life on here, or will be. And of course, it is the cornerstone in life across the universe. So we might as well practice a little bit more with that. It's easier said than done, as most things are. But again, up to you to investigate and understand and how you apply it. Thank you, Erm. Anything else you'd like to add? Or anyone else? But this is part of the ethos. Remember, a new science, plasma technology, a new ethos, stronger feeds the weaker, and a new language, which we're hearing, and these terms are becoming more and more in our language about the plasma and the nano and the fields. And even Rick brought up an article in this workshop that about black holes, and how science is saying it. You can't really explain it without bringing in the magnetic fields. But science per se has not wanted to go into that direction. They started with the atom, but where did that atom come from? And so on and so forth. So this is what Mr. Keshe is, in a way, pushing, showing in public, again, the absurdness of the Big Bang Theory, and now, of course, the absurdness of some of Einstein's work. And I think, Mr. Keshe, this will fulfill the unified field theory, which was only a theory, but this technology will fulfill that. But again, this is what I think the 3I are playing with. They can release the energy of a neutron out of a matter state item. And this is what is going to be perplexing to our scientists unless they get moving in this area. It'll all look like magic, but not to the knowledge seekers, because we've sort of been briefed and brought along in this. Anything else anyone wants to say at this point? So what I thought, we saw what Mr. Keshe did in Beijing. Again, this has led to, if I'm understanding the teaching correctly, that China in the next period will have 400 different locations, each making 1 ton of gold for their electronics. And of course, this is a rare earth, as I understand it, material. Of course, you have to add a frequency into it. But China will be producing 1 ton at 400 locations. So this should perk up the ear of the scientists, unless they keep it quiet. I don't know. Has anyone read the press or seen anything in any sort of Chinese news? I know we had someone from, I think, Shanghai here, but they're not here now. I was going to ask them if this is a main story in China. Has anyone, or yet maybe they're not ready to announce it to the public yet. But again, I don't think Mr. Keshe will be sharing the technology. How to do it, again, he will allow you. I mean, if somebody gave me a reactor and I could just sweep up a ton of gold, would I care if I knew how it's done? Too many of us, I think, want to possess the knowledge when we're not mature enough to. But I'd be certainly happy to sweep up the gold dust on a daily basis without having to know. And I think this is the way he's going to approach with China, that they will be able, we will see the material made, but yet the combination and the way it's done will not readily be available. It will in the future, and maybe we'll figure it out on our own by, again, it's our job to do this manipulation of the energies. But at this point, I think they'll receive the gold, but not be able to do it on their own. The reactors will come preloaded, and all you do is plug and play. I'd be very happy to receive that. Of course, it may ruin my life. Sometimes these things have a tendency to do that. And of course, for the knowledge seekers, as we saw, someone approaching this in the United States, and apparently it was blocked by the Keshe Foundation because it could have gotten a lot of people hurt or killed, even though it wasn't a fully completed system. Some people might have gone off the deep end and thinking they found the goose that laid the golden egg. So that was, in a way, blocked. But we've certainly seen it in a number of demonstrations through the Keshe Foundation. So where shall we go? I know Ed has done some of the, let's see if we can, let's see, is this the one? No. Let's see. I think it's knowledge and understanding. So again, Mr. Shall we go through the workshop? I mean, I can bring up something on the PowerPoint here. This was one of the sort of summaries that someone did on the 6/16. Maybe I can just read it. Of course, the beautiful introduction about the Earth being a greenhouse for souls, and not the only one in the universe. Make sure we're sharing this properly. And then the educational section, Understanding Creation and the Universe. Of course, there's 3 books on that and more to be released in the future. The method of thinking backwards. Mr. Keshe said this is how he passed one of his, or got the mark in one of the exams at Queen Mary, where he couldn't understand it from the beginning to the end. I guess this was about reactors going critical, nuclear reactors. That was his course of study. And of course, he worked it backwards because he said, I understand the plasma. So he asked his professor to read the answer from the last page to the first page. Quite unique, but apparently in further conversation with professors and so on, Mr. Keshe, we need to go into the understanding of where this atom and this came from out of magnetic fields, but the professors, I guess, didn't want to touch that. And of course, as I said, a critique of Einstein's theory. And of course, Einstein has a different meaning. He sort of didn't answer one of the questions, but apparently he answered it before about what Einstein means in Farsi. And I don't know if we have any Farsi guests here who would like to say it, but I'm thinking of entrails, but I'm not sure. Maybe somebody knows. But again, he's in the line of Stephen Hawking, who Mr. Keshe, again, sort of had Mr. Hawking lose a bit of shirt, as he fondly said, by reading the paper that Mr. Keshe had submitted to the Royal Astronomical Society, and then it being sort of co-opted by Mr. Hawking, and then Mr. Hawking then changed his position and wrote a different paper that, yes, things do actually escape the black hole, or the black hole creates light and other energies out the back side of it. So we'll put that in the chat later, the creation of black holes. And apparently just reading that paper or that work, Stephen Hawking came to a different position. Of course, Einstein isn't here at this point, but certainly, as Mr. Keshe said, that if they took von Braun out of most of the father of the rocket science in the United States, they should consider taking Einstein out of many of the books again, because apparently this was a deliberate misleading of mankind to keep them in the matter state, which again, Einstein looked so grandfatherly and trusting and, interesting character, but apparently there was more going on there than meets the eye. Anyone want to say something? Yes.
Yeah, yes, Mark. I want to make a comment on that. What you said, Mr. Keshe stated when he was in college how he was able to solve the exam was that he had to go. He was thinking backwards, and it's interesting how he related that to Einstein, and I kind of wanna find out any more perspective from anybody on that. Because if you look at the world that he went back, he was thinking backwards. To me, there's a connection. Going backwards is like going to the beginning. And if we have physicality, that is an outcome of something that came to be. So if you trace backwards, going backwards, that means you're going back to the energy. And that's the connection right there. So when he says that energy, which is magnetic fields in motion, apparently when you take away that motion, then it becomes physical, something stationary. So that's going backwards. You go back in energy and trace it back to physicality. So that was beautiful, the way he explained it. And to me, it could help us to solve anything that we're going through in physicality that we can resolve. We can go backwards, like in energy. But then there's a deeper understanding going back in energy, like going backwards to the beginning, because you have to consider gravity, inertia, frequency, and pulse. And that's another dimension to it. But just to that basic understanding that you can actually solve things in our physical dimension that you can figure out, you can go backwards, which is going to energy aspect of it, and figure it out and back to physicality. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, maybe somebody would like to add. Does that mean we can build a skyscraper from the roof down, Ike? That was just a joke. But maybe
actually, it's not a joke. Maybe it's possible.
Yeah, with plasmatic scaffolding, I think it would be very possible.
It's possible because then if you already build it in your thoughts, so it's in energy, so you can go back, and then just that the fact that we can trace things back and solve problems. How he was able to solve his calculus problem in the exam. He went backwards, so that was the time he understand about plasma.
Mhm.
So it's interesting.
Oh, I see one of the Chinese knowledge seekers has returned, and I was just wondering, were there, because this is such a big undertaking for the government of China to produce their yearly production out of thin air or out of the fields, has been there any mention in any of the news feeds that you've seen? I don't know if you'd like to answer or not, but has there been any big announcement of China being able to produce gold out of the fields? For their space program, for their electronics industry, for other industries to meet their yearly needs. Just wondering if you've heard or seen any huge announcements. Mr. Keshe said 400 tons. I know it's not, $1 trillion, but it's certainly in the multi-billions of dollars as a gift. But I think the Keshe Foundation will take a percentage of that. But is there anything you'd like to share? Were there any news broadcasts, or maybe it's not time for that to come to the public domain? And if you don't open your mic, we understand completely. Okay, so back to Einstein and his theory, M equals, what is it? E equals mc squared, where c squared is the speed of light squared. And of course, Mr. Keshe said there's first, Einstein never considered gravity, and Mr. Keshe indicated that speed had nothing to do with it, the energy dimension. So apparently there's going to be some recalculations. And imagine, again, if children started learning this in grade school or even in kindergarten with some examples or pedagogical things that they weren't even aware of, this would lead them to that understanding in the next few grades as they progress. Mankind will certainly be able to span the universe without a problem. And maybe it's time just to go through that. We can come back to this. So my thought here, Ed had on Ed's channel, which he has a YouTube channel, he usually edits the teaching and then adds an intro to it. Let's see this little intro if we can. It's only a minute. About E equals mc squared. Okay, so what I did was I just went on a search engine, and just to look about this equation, I'm a plasma physicist, but I'm not the physicists that have gone to higher education and understand physics, and maybe I should be proud of that, because sometimes we're getting misled, and apparently this is what Mr. Keshe is saying, that the entire humanity has been sort of taken hostage with this simple equation. So I'll just read the first paragraph. E equals mc squared equation in German-born physicist Albert Einstein's theory of special relativity that expresses the fact that mass and energy are the same physical entity and can be changed into each other. In the equation, the increased relativistic mass, m, of a body times the speed of light squared is equal to the kinetic energy. So that's just the first couple of sentences here. where energy and the, let's see, what is he saying? The fact that mass and energy are the same physical entity. Well, we know energy is not physical as I understand it. It's in the mass, and when it becomes a physicality, inertia is added to it, or it's slowed down, probably both. The slowing down brings in the gravity, which makes it appear as a physical matter. It loses some of its energy. So Mr. Keshe is saying energy is equal to matter or mass. Anyone brushed up on these theories or would like to comment? Again, I know very little about this, but he said the knowledge seekers are passed by understanding that speed of light has nothing to do with it and gravity wasn't included or inertia. Now we understand more that the energy or the principal matter, as I said earlier, is the matter. And if you know how to tickle the matter, you can release so much energy. Remember what Mr. Keshe indicated about I can take one grain of rice and feed the entire world, probably the entire universe, if you know how to release that energy within that matter state, because it is the principal energy. That's just my understanding. Would anyone like to share?
And,
Yes?
and energy is magnetic fields in motion. And he explained this right. It's so simple. When you stop the motion, then the magnetic fields become mass, because then it's motionless. It goes back to matter. But when you increase the motion, and then it goes back to energy, it becomes fields interacting. So EM squared does not hold. The speed of light does not hold, because it's just matter equals to energy.
Right. Anyone else want to share an understanding, please? And I know it's, again, nobody's wrong and nobody's 100% right. So he said if we didn't understand this, he said, didn't he say something about look to the brain of the man? Let's see if we can just find that. He mentioned brain here. If it's too hard for you to understand how creature was and how creator is, very simple. Get the brain of the man, add a frequency and a pulse to it. It's a plasma. It gives you emotion. It gives you expression. It gives you, converts into motion. And in a way, if you want to understand the real true essence of the understanding of the work of what we call creation as a plasma, as a world of creation of magnetic fields, you have it in front of you. And he said you can run this little experiment with the jelly. You can put it in your mouth, squeeze it a little bit, see what's released, and then squeeze it a little harder and see what's released, as I understand it. I don't know if anybody played with any jelly since last Thursday, but what we're doing in our brain is exactly what he's saying, if this is too hard to understand. So your brain, as he said, we're huge field generators. We just have not understood it particularly. Yeah, when we get angry or when we get really happy over something, we see it there, but most of the times I think we're kind of ignoring it. And he said if you can sort of replicate those heartbeats and emotions you feel when you get in touch with the lover, and it's very similar somehow of creating something. So very similar to the brain, and we all have one. And of course, we know that the secret is within the brain. And of course, the soul of the man or the energy center is within the brain. And the spaceship is apparently within the soul. And this is hard to believe that we've been walking around with everything within us, but never been able to sort of tap into it the way we're sort of tapping or connecting more and more into universal energies. Anyone else want to say anything more about this? And maybe I'll just play the end of the workshop if I could. Let's just go there. And I think what Mr. Keshe said about, I already had this bookmarked. So let's go to 10438. Yes, come right in. Early and often. Yes?
Early and often?
Yes. In between your other tasks. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't planning on talking about this until the end of the show, but I think it's just kind of important uh, because, well,
Do you want
it's
me to play this 2 minutes, Alex? Or a minute and a half here? A couple minutes? It may add to it. It's on energy and mass. It's the end of the workshop.
Maybe I can just interject,
Please, go right
and then
ahead.
you play the 2 minutes
Yeah,
because
perfect.
we're talking about two different things. Would it be possible to, let's see here, would it be possible to share the screen?
Yeah, that doesn't cost anything more.
Let me just see if this will work here.
We see your screen.
This is a teaching that goes back over 40 years. And it basically shows the fallacy of the theory E equals MC squared. Because of the way it's come together, it just also means that, if you want to, in geometric terms, understand the speed of light, then you have to square it. And the square gives you a square, which is more like a Euclidean geometry as opposed to Riemannian geometry. And I've talked about this in the past, and this is the basis of that teaching. And there is an alternative here, and those who are like seriously interested in the physics, the energy also equals Planck's constant times the frequency. And the speed of light equals the wavelength and the frequency. We always talked about that because the speed of light is constant, and yet we have different colors. So how can you have different colors when the color, the light itself, is constant? And so there is a variability between the wavelength and the frequency. And of course, as one increases, the other decreases, and that's how you change the color. But interestingly enough, that when you look at the energy alone and divided by frequency, it equals Planck's constant. And so by extension, the energy, then if you substitute the speed of light, and you say, well, E equals mc, but the squared part, which is wavelength and frequency, so that's how you get the fifth equation, mass times the speed of light times the wavelength times the frequency. So if you just take the frequency out of the equation, so E divided by frequency, you're left with the mass times the speed of light times the wavelength. Interestingly enough, if we said earlier on in the fourth equation that the energy divided by the frequency equals Planck's constant, then we can see that the mass times the speed of light times the wavelength equals Planck's constant. Planck's constant is actually manifest on Earth as the Coulomb barrier. So not only is Planck's constant, but the speed of light is constant. And that constancy is on the Earth space. It is the physicality that is represented in this constant, because the light is not visible outside of the magnetosphere. And since it's not visible, it doesn't follow the rules of Planck's constant on this planet. So Planck's constant is specifically for this planet, and so is the speed of light. And so this is the beginning of the crumbling of Einstein's theory. And, physics is based on this particular thing. And as we all know, when you have a shaky foundation, it's not wise to build a building on that. And that's what we've done. We've exactly done that. So in terms of Planck's constant, when we talk about the mass and its relationship on Earth, and we involve speed, and as we know from the stock car races, that they don't measure by miles and feet and inches, they measure by time. So miles per hour or kilometers per hour. But it isn't just the speed that they mention, it's the distance that one car wins over another. And that distance is actually the time. And so this is how we measure the motion on a stock car race. It's measured by time. And that's how we measure the number of revolutions that we make around the sun. So every year is one revolution, and that year is a measurement of time. And so this is where the foundation has now, or Mr. Keshe has moved ahead and involved the elimination of frequency and time has been substituted as a manifestation of the physicality. And so when you get into beyond the physicality into the plasma state, you're now talking about zero time. And the reason for it is because in order to manifest these equations, you have to slow down the speed of light. And you cannot slow it down by grabbing onto it, or putting it in a box, because as soon as you open that box, boom, the light escapes. So the point of the matter is that in order to manifest that matter, you have to put it in a field and allow it to go at the speed that it goes at. So we find that the light can travel at this constant speed around the Earth, and we all see it, and we all see it at the same time, and we all see it at the same speed. And due to the relationship between the wavelength and frequency, we have the different colors. But if we put that energy into a field, a plasma field, then that is going to travel at the rate that plasma travels. And so what we find is that that speed is zero, because it's a zero time. So that means that energy is constantly in motion. So what are we talking about the stock car races? We're talking about motion as it relates to time. And what are we talking about? Motion in the universe, it's as it relates to time. So then we have to understand that the time we're talking about on the Earth space is not the same time that we're talking about in outer space. And if that is true, then we cannot look at outer space as a physical construct, applying physical equations to that, because those physical equations are restricted by the Coulomb barrier, which is a manifestation of Planck's constant. So if we take the Coulomb barrier as a concept, not as a definitive definition of constancy on the Earth space, right? So when you say Coulomb barrier, you're referring to Planck's constant on the Earth. But if we say the Coulomb barrier as being a speed barrier, then we find as you go through different levels of plasma energy and different energy states, that to transit from one energy state to another energy state, you have to cross that threshold, which is the limitation of the constancy. So the Coulomb barrier, if you will, of the physicality of the body is the same as the physicality of the earth, and that is constant. The soul of physicality also has a Coulomb barrier, and it operates at a different speed, slightly slower than the speed of the soul. So the energy to transit from the soul of physicality to the soul has to cross the threshold of that Coulomb barrier. And so now you have a different speed of light. When we look at the speed of light as it relates to energy, it is one and the same thing. And so we find that the matter state is also the same thing, because when we look at the cover of book number 1, we see the convergence of the matter, antimatter, the dark matter. Each of these matters have their own constancy. Each of these matters have their own Coulomb barrier, and each operate at a different energy state. And so it's the coming together of these 3 dimensions that manifest. And so in the lower energy states, they manifest into matter state. And we are only recognizing the 3 levels: electricity, atomic, and nuclear. Or I'm sorry, the electricity, the nano, and the GANs. So the one we don't recognize is the plasma energy, which is the substrate for that. And we are the observers. So that energy state that we fail to recognize, being the plasma state, is the same energy state that then we don't attribute to our observation platform. So we are, as an observer, not any of the basic 3 energy states. We are observing it, and we're observing it from our soul position. And then we choose to interpret it from our physicality, ignoring the soul of physicality. However, we do have an emission in color of the soul of physicality, which we call the auras. And so that is a representation of the emotional reaction to the physicality. But the emotional reaction of the soul of physicality is different from the emotional reaction of the soul, because the emotional soul is tied into the universal community. And it follows the basic ethos of thou shalt not lie, cheat, steal, or kill. And so that is what constitutes the manifestation of the energy and mass. Back to you, Mark.
Yeah, Alex. So it's all the same. So in a sense, if we look at energy as magnetic fields in motion, and then we look at soul as concentration of energies. So in a sense, the soul of physicality becomes that vibration. And then you have the soul of physicality, and you have the physicality. Energy is equal to mass. Now, in between that energy to transit to mass, the confirmation, that mass physicality, you have frequency and inertia. And if I understand my basic physics, frequency is kind of like vibration that leads to frequency. And I know that energy is magnetic fields in motion. So there's all motion going. That fields in motion is creating vibration. And that vibration, apparently, if it develops a pattern, it becomes frequency that can give different shapes, different things. And when that shape is formed, mass is formed, then the inertia keeps it in its shape. Because inertia, the basic understanding of inertia is that it's something resisting change in motion. So E equals M, mass. That midpoint that to where it fluctuates could be called the soul of physicality, to where it go either or to the soul, the energy, concentration of energy, or to the mass, the physicality. So I see what you're saying, everything is all the same in a way, but it's just we call it different things. But when you keep and try to connect based on the definitions of what we know and the plasma knowledge that we have now, it can now be explained that E equals mc squared is not the correct way, because it has to be E equals m. And that's how we have the soul of physicality and physicality.
So there are
Thank
two
you.
changes that I want to make to your observation, and that is, if we look at the third equation where the speed of light is equal to the wavelength and frequency, and that is inertia. So in that basis, you can substitute the speed of light as being inertia. So the wavelength and the frequency have to come together to create that manifestation. So you cannot create a color without that relationship. So therefore, that an energy as a light is a combination of wavelength and frequency. So that wavelength and frequency are two separate fields which come together. And when that happens, you have an inertia field. So that's the first thing.
Yeah, but then inertia comes about when you have an existence already, you have a creation already. That frequency and vibration will lead to that physicality. But that's when inertia will come about. Because inertia
No,
is a force.
no. The wavelength
Okay.
and the frequency coming together is the inertia field. And the manifestation of that field can be in physicality if we're applying these formulas. But also the inertia field can be in a plasma state. Therefore, the magnetical component, which is not included in these equations, in fact, it's purposely excluded, is the emission field. So in order to maintain that field, energy has to be in motion. So the energy is contained within that field. But how do you keep that energy moving? So while it is moving within that field, there is simultaneously an emission field, which is magnetical, and an absorption field, which is gravitational. And so the PM ticks that are floating through the universe are the members, the inertia members of the emission, of the magnetical emission. And that emission stems from the creator. And as we absorb that emission field, then we in turn, to maintain our field manifestation, have to continue that emission, because we cannot absorb more energy if we do not emit. So without the emission and without the absorption, there is no manifestation. There is no inertia field. It becomes non-existent. So the ability to absorb an emission is the inertia field, is that manifestation. And then we can choose which energy state would you like. So you do it on the soul level. That's an inertia state. The soul of physicality, that's an inertia state. The physicality is an inertia state. And then within the physical state, we have the the electrical, monatomic, and atomic state, and the nuclear state. And in the substructure is the plasma state. And we have that. So we are always working within this duality and this twinity. So the duality and the twinity is the ability to transcend the threshold of one constancy. So Planck's constant works with our physicality and is called the Coulomb barrier in order to stay within that physicality. The brain of the body is of a different constancy, and it has a different Coulomb barrier. And so those two are the products, inertia field products of the soul coming together with an environment. So if you want to manifest into physicality, that physicality has to be there first. So now you are involving the planet. And we have chosen to come to Earth space because we are seeking heaven. We didn't go to Mars because Mars wasn't ready. And we are absolutely accurate target shooters. So we've come to where we're supposed to be. And we need to accept that responsibility because we chose that. So we didn't just drop out. We dropped in. We have arrived. But back to you, Ike or Mark or whoever.
I get excited when you guys talk like this. I don't know why. But of course, as we understand, the speed of light in the universe is accepted as the slowest speed, or one of the slowest speeds you can travel. As we understand from the teachings, you can go millions of times the speed of light. And as Alex said, once you've achieved how the creator operates, it becomes instantaneous. There is no gap that's really perceivable.
Oh, last question, Aaron. So, Coulomb barrier, is that a form of gravity or is it a force like inertia
It's
in
the
that region?
it's the tensity of the field. It is the balance between the vacuum of the magnetical and the vacuum of the gravitational. You have to understand that, you can create a vacuum, right? When you go and buy a milkshake and you stick a straw in it and you suck on it, you will get milkshake in your mouth. So this is done as a vacuum. So we can create that vacuum. How come Earth is living in a vacuum of what they call outer space, which is just really in between space? How can Earth exist in that vacuum? How come we just don't get sucked out into the inner space of, in between space? How come that doesn't happen? Because there's a counterweight within the gravitational core of the Earth that is also a vacuum. However, based on surface to volume ratios, the vacuum in the core is smaller than the vacuum around the magnetosphere. So that tiny core is equivalent in terms of field strength to prevent us from having our heads explode. And what was that Schwarzenegger movie where the guy's head exploded when he took off his helmet? Okay, because that was the removal of the counterweight. But in essence, that is false. We cannot, in our physicality on the Earth space, go outside of the Coulomb barrier and expect to exist in our physicality because we have now exited from that balanced field. So as long as we're within that magnetical gravitational range, we're fine wherever we are. But we do know that when we climb to the top of Mount Everest, we have trouble breathing because it's less dense. And we know that when we go to the depths of the water, we have, oh, well, hey, we have trouble breathing. So, as we diverge from that mean, which is the surface of the earth, which is our basic living environment, the biosphere is within 4 feet below the crust and within a mile or two of the surface in the atmosphere. That's our living environment. And after that, we need to have a physical assist. But when we go into the plasma state, when we go to sleep, our soul doesn't need that assist because our soul is not physical. Our soul of physicality has an attachment to the physicality and so has to stay behind to make sure that the physicality is still functioning. So when the soul comes back and says, hey, I'm here, oh, you wake up in the morning, yay, I'm glad to be here and start another wonderful day.
Any other comments? Thank you, Ike. Thank you, Alex. Perhaps I'll play that last few minutes of the
Yes.
last
So take the
workshop.
screen back.
Okay. Here we go.
And understand they are connected with it, then you are more intelligent than the most. You don't need no gurus as you become the teacher of yourself. And then you understand, as a teacher does, how to teach his physicality to be, in a way, replication of the soul of the Creator.
Teach your physicality in a way to replicate the soul of the Creator. But again, that's your job.
Ask yourself, when you see these pictures of they show you of the aliens, what is their mouth? They don't need to consume, as they take what they need, what's available in the environment to live. Please understand the teaching of today. Understand the difference between the mass and energy, and understand they are connected with it. Then you are more intelligent than the most advanced scientists in CERN and every other part of the nuclear industry and plasma technology of this planet. We go for a break, we come back, and I hope I open your eyes into the dimension of understanding how you are part of the soul of the Creator, and it's only you who denies the beauty of enjoying it. But take us for a break and we come back and see you where the knowledge takes us.
Okay, so there's a factor of denial in this whole process. It's only us who've denied this. And can I stop you from denying it? That's, again, you have to work that out within your own structure, that you're part of the Creator. All right, maybe we'll continue into the break because we're going to show some of the new offers. Well, it's been there for a while in the Keshe Foundation store. And if we have the store, we can pull it up unless maybe it's not there anymore. Is the store? Yes. Okay, there's a couple points being made, but the point that'll be made right now is the Christmas package. Again, there was one for Halloween, one for Christmas, and let's, again, there's 3 levels of bidding in a way. This is a cosmic mystery, so you don't exactly know what could be in that package, but the snowflake is 250, the gingerbread is 500, and the Santa is 1,000. Again, you will receive more than you bid for, and these Christmas products, this is the Christmas offer, are all very functional and working products. They're not only aesthetically beautiful, but they have a functionality of bringing peace and balance into the environment. As Mr. Keshe indicated, give one of these little bits to one of your friends to put on their tree or to put in their house, he said, and see how your relationship with that person changes if you notice it. But let's go back to the workshop, and we will hear, because this was part of the break in a way, or this was the break in this particular workshop. So let's hear the offers, and then we'll go either back to the teaching or back to the store. It depends what you'd like to do.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Okay, we will take a short break and be back with the second part. And I'll remind our attendees here in the Zoom, you'll have an opportunity to raise your virtual hand, and we can open your microphone if you'd like to ask a question. Otherwise, if you would like to type in a question into the Q&A or the chat here in the Zoom, that would be fine, as well as in the chat in YouTube.
I think for the break, just use the pictures you received. The next one only.
Okay.
But we don't. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I have a number of pictures. Let's see, I think there's 19 altogether. We can probably just go through them.
And again, as Mr. Keshe indicated, some of these items in the past, as he said, some of these store items, these little things that they're making initially could become collector's items in the future. But they're certainly functional today, and we're looking forward to hear more testimonials about what people experience, because these products are not just putting a zinc and a CO2 together. He said that's the worst thing you can do. Your knowledge is not up to that level, but these products are made under the guidance of the Keshe Foundation at the right strength and deliver what they're appointed to, in a way, deliver. So this is where if you're looking for the beef or the meat, this is where you find them at this point in the Keshe Foundation store.
And these are of the Christmas products. So let me share desktop here. And I believe we see in this picture, for example, the sort of little dioramas, I guess you might say, inside of a container. And Mr. Keshe has said with the Halloween ones that this substance on the bottom is like a resin, but has embedded GANS material in it as well. And all of these products will have that feature, the embedded GANs, so far as I know. Let me carry on here.
Another way to support the foundation's work and also receive some truly
some of these are relatively traditional Christmas icons, the mistletoe and bells and that kind of thing. But I don't think in traditions they've ever embedded GANs into the products of the past. So this is a whole other dimension.
Again, bringing peace in the home, bringing balance into the home, and bringing energies the man needs into the home.
The reason we promoted these is just that the gases used in these structures are specific for peace and balance of soul. And we would like for those of you who receive it, use it as decoration as you do with lights or whatever on your Christmas tree. Observe the changes in your family and even yourself in how these bring changes by the end of the festival season. How when as these are sold as a package, you give one to one member of family and now to the other, you put one in one side of the house or to the other, and see how your connection changes with the people who you give a gift to and or within the household. Because you put the Christmas trees away, you put the decoration away. These are ornaments that can sit anywhere around the house. And then it can bring the change in the household. In a way, in every essence of it, you bring a change. There is a very limited number of 2 games which we have especially put into this series. One is a chess game, which is the game of war, to win, to kill. But we brought in the ingredients of the material, this is the picture you see now, the essence of peace and balance. In a way, I wonder those of you who hold this, you play with this, would you find another dimension to this game where you don't need to kill, to destroy? When this was proposed, I thought about it, and the composition in this is very precise, that would you go and play with this game, and what happened to it, to your emotion? Would you keep it as a decoration because it makes a peace with you and balance of peace with you when you hold this, what we call figures in your hand and the table? The table is transparent, which allows the field dimension of the yin and yang, South Pole and North Pole, and it's deliberately made that way. And it's very interesting how, for example, there's another game with a backgammon, which you might see the same position. Would you change in the dimension as you hold this? You transfer different energy, different position in interaction of different fields. Go back to what I call the man who made this board game. The king asked, what do you need for such a thing? He said, put 1 grain of rice in the first square and then double it to the next one. And then that'll be the totality you can give me as a gift. And when they calculated and put all of the number of grains of rice, which came by multiplication of it, there was not enough grains in the, what we call kingdom, to give to the man. Now imagine every single one of these, plus the, what we call the pattern of the field of interaction, creates such a diversity of the fields that in a way fulfills every energy of the man needed.
Sounds like from a game of war to a game of peace. I was just imagining I was playing this, and my knight, instead of knocking over the opponent's queen, it started hugging the queen. I don't quite get this. But if we go to the Keshe Foundation store, where is the store? We have the store up. And again, we just look for this. You can buy this individually, and this would be something I'm sure people will cherish. And keep set up year round. Let's just go to all products. It is listed. I think it's 499 euro for this chess game. Let's just see if we can find it here somewhere. We did find it earlier listed. Did I miss it? Could have. Let's start again. All products. You have to click on the all products, and you always get this. You just cancel that out. And let's see where the chess game is. We did show it earlier. It was $4.99 plus the, here it is. And it is $499.99 plus the VAT tax for Europe. So if you're in Europe, this would be 600. But apparently he said there's so many things embedded into this game, and it would be set up year round. And again, whether you tell someone what's embedded in it or just buy them a beautiful gift and see how they notice their emotions or other things changing as they play this game, perhaps. But he said it was designed as a game of war. And just to point that out. And again, as Rick said, if somebody's listening to this that hasn't been in any of the Knowledge Seekers workshops, you're certainly welcome to join the public meeting and to type or raise your virtual hand, as Rick said, to ask a question of Mr. Keshe. And again, you can be a housewife or you can be one of the top scientists on this planet. And Mr. Keshe has a very unique way of responding to questions. Not always giving everything, but certainly giving perspectives and enlightenments that we haven't really considered in the past. So again, another way. And of course, the soap bars have the same sort of material within them, even the mix pack. I think there is a mix pack, and he said this would be able to, let's see if that's an option in a way. I think it was listed there before. I don't see the mixed one. Maybe you can just request it. Here it is, fun, kids fun, mixed shapes and colors. But there was a different mix pack, I think, before. And he said they've divided some of these from different lots and put it in a mixed pack. And it's actually connecting you with other people using the same batch of soap that you may have one bar of. So very interesting concepts, and the connections are going deeper as I see it. Okay. Let's go back to our workshop if we can. So a beautiful, everlasting gift and totally, totally functional. Again, you're being changed. If you didn't tell the person you're giving this to, again, they're probably being changed without them even being aware of it. And it may be subtle. And sometimes people don't like to admit they're noticing things because, as Mr. Keshe said, that they still want to be in charge, or the physicality still wants to be in charge. So, but a beautiful gift to give.
I would like to know, those of you who get this board, how it'll change you, how you feel every time you touch one. And would it take you to the step to kill? It's the challenge of the soul. And this is why this year we went this way. And everything, even if you see those pendulum hanging, they're all filled with different field energies of the what we call peace and balance of the soul of the man and energy the man needs.
And again, if you notice some of the earlier candle holders, they're not actually burning a flame in there. They're using one of those ones with the little wafer battery in it. So if you go back and look, you will see those are battery powered lights, because most likely this is some sort of a printed material and it may be subject to heat or melting.
Very interesting to see the outcome, how you as knowledge seekers will look at what we call or feel after having these around you for 12 days. And even if you put it in a box in the house, it's still in different places, you create an environment in the house next year. This is exactly what the communication unit with the plasmatic fields will do, with the special antennas which gets added to it. But this time.
Now, he mentioned the units again. The plasmatic units, you can imagine what these plasmatic units will be. This is part of the One Nation Network, which if we have time, you can see it at the Keshe Foundation store. And it's a lot to this, as he said. There's tokens to be earned. There's more of these units to get out. But many of the things that we try to make in the physicality will actually be delivered plasmatically, as I understand it. Through this One Nation Network, which again is probably in a way very similar to the OASIS system, but a more advanced, much more advanced.
It's not the Christmas tree, it's the whole planet which will bring change to. Carry on.
Just
It's very
backing
interesting.
that up, as he said, it's not the Christmas tree, that they're bringing the change to the entire planet.
Ornament with a purpose, touching the soul of the man and man's emotion, which has never been done before. Thank you very much.
Okay, so there's much more in the store, and of course the store probably has 3 digits in there now, maybe 100 something products, but this will grow into 4 digits and perhaps even 5 digits in the future, and that's what the tokens you will earn from playing the Enlightenment game will allow you to do, even earn a living, which does sound almost impossible in today's prices, but we'll have to see how this goes and how good we get at teaching ourselves to become more peaceful by playing a game called Enlightenment. So I thought we would go back to the part of the teaching. We won't hear the whole teaching, but I thought we'd start near the end and we'll hear again what Mr. Keshe has said about the, let's see, I think we're going to try to get to somewhere around here. Oops, let's see where we okay, right. Any thoughts or questions or comments? Remember, the research centers are being secured, and that is moving forward, as he said, out of the view of the public, but apparently 2 locations have already been secured, and there may be more. So top researchers, experts in your field, if you want to really work with the cutting edge of science, I think the Keshe Foundation research centers, again, so much of this will be commercialized, and you'll be part of not only teaching yourself, obviously, but part of bringing some of these products into the hands or improving certain products that we already have on the market, but now putting in a plasmatic touch to it, which should increase its effectiveness. Okay, so this is, I think we have about 25 minutes to go. Let's check on Alex. How are we situated? I know you are trying to catch up in the background, but this will give us another bit of time for you to do that. And then, of course, we're going to go to the Dome of Peace after this, or perhaps a little bit more on the One Nation Network.
A condition in that given time. Now you understand the whole science of creation is the creator of time, but itself is conditioned on the emotion and the field strength of the motion of an field's strength of a given condition. Mass is the bottom end, or the, in a way, extreme end, opposite to the energy, when one is not existing and the other one is prevailing more than the other. Once we understand this, we can transfer energies into any masses and any masses into energy, completing the cycle of what we call creation. If
So if we can turn any mass into energy and any energy into mass, the principal matter must be there in the mass with the inertia in it, I would think. Let me move this over and we'll bring just the transcript back as we listen to the words. Okay, here we go. Feel free to stop it, of course. I'll just rewind that again. We're going to hear that one more time. We can take any mass into energy and any energy into mass.
end, or the, in a way, extreme end, opposite to the energy, when one is not existing and the other one is prevailing more than the other. Once we understand this, we can transfer energies into any masses and any masses into energy, completing the cycle of what we call creation. If knowledge seekers understand this, if those who come across the understanding of the knowledge of the energy as magnetic field in motion in the future and be able to manipulate it by interacting the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh dimension into it, then you understand, we understand both the world of the creation and dimension of the matter created.
Now, he could have already referred to this, but not this way, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh dimension into it. We can manipulate it by interacting. Anyone want to share with us their understanding of the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh dimension? We may have had a brief discussion earlier, but I don't remember Mr. Keshe saying. He did say there were more dimensions, but is he referring to time as one of these dimensions or emotion? Is this the ones we need to add into it? Again, I'm a bit baffled. Okay, we know there's more. And so you should be able to take your CO2 box right back into the fields it came from if you understand this. But that is one of the things we haven't mastered. We've obviously moved the energy into something that appears as a matter state called the GANs, but now we haven't mastered how to bring that GANs back into the energy dimension. But he said you should be able to move back and forth between both. Anyone?
You have to consider expansion of time. You have to consider expansion of the pressure. You have to consider the expansion of the temperature. You have to consider the expansion of the time in all three dimensions. You have to consider every other thing which can be part of and don't ignore, which becomes the integrated, what we call field strength and condition and a position and time. Then you understand the process. I explained to you in a very simple way how we try to get from one equation to another, and the process of understanding, going through, God knows, maybe 30, 40, 50 lines of explanation. In this equation, when we sat down with Professor Leslie, it was very simple. I said to him, you know, Professor Leslie, you are not considering the creator of it. Where is the magnetic field which creates this condition? He said, this doesn't apply. I said, no, it applies in every way, because without it, we don't have this. What's the integration of the factor of 5 and 6 and 7, the time, the expansion, the heat, and everything else, when you don't consider the mother, the creator, the initiator? We consider.
Is that the time, the expansion, when you don't consider the mother? Okay, he said integration of the factor of 5 and 6 and 7. These are dimensions, the time, the expansion, the heat, and everything else. Okay. I'm not sure if that's what he was referring to, or again, I don't think he's trying to confuse us, but at the same time, he's mentioned publicly, we're just playing with you. So
everything, what and how it manifests itself in the matter state, but we don't consider what created it. And this is where our science has stopped. And now everything which we don't understand in the matter state has baffled our scientists. We have to train ourselves and the future generation to understand the true essence of the energy as a magnetic field. And then we understand we can create a magnet of anything at any point and any strength we need. Past few weeks, I laugh, and it makes me wonder in how man, if they had the knowledge of what we teach in Keshe Foundation, understanding the process of the plasma energy as a magnetic field in motion, half of the industries in Europe and in Japan and America, which now is stuck for what? The small magnets, which are produced.
and again, if we understand this, I mean, as he said, you can make a magnet of anything. So you could just cast one of these magnets. The ocean is full of gold things, and you could just cast a fishing pole out there and reel it back in, and you may have some gold flecks actually attached to it if that's what you wanted to do. But we can create a magnet for anything. So if you needed a little bit of spare income, if you know how to do this, you certainly could just fish it right out of the ocean without fishing, in a way, just creating that magnet. But I haven't seen it done yet. But it's very possible if you create that magnet.
Specifically in China. China has got hold of the world of automation by not releasing rare earth materials with their specific magnetic fields. If you were knowledge seekers, you know how to produce, as we did in main China, the rare earth materials which carry a specific magnetic field strength, which you can create in the position of the production. Goodbye, China. You can put blockages as much as you like. I make a better, precise magnet myself when I make the material.
And this is what he said about the cosmic ray technology. It will make the rare earth materials no longer to be rare. And I think this is part of bringing the nations together as they realize there's nothing to really fight for when you can create anything you need out of the fields. What are we fighting for? But because we're so enamored with the matter state, we haven't understood the energy dimension, which the matter state comes from.
And the moment man has to mine, then he has to refine, and then he has to add a condition of field strength to it to become a specific job magnet. Where with the new plasma technology, when you understand how to interact the fields of, you create that matter magnetic field at the point of inception, creation of the matter. Then why do we give you these cosmic ray balls?
And you're saying I wasn't given any cosmic ray balls, but we certainly can find them at the Keshe Foundation store, can't we? Let's just see. Is it here? Yes. So let's just take a quick look. And here's what he's talking about. These cosmic ray balls, which apparently they're going to be quite valuable in the future. They're valuable now, but I mean, something he said about trading these for coins or stock, this will have quite a bit of And this is the product only made by the Keshe Foundation, sealed in a container, and the rest. And apparently sometimes it changes color or depletes or increases itself. But he goes on to say, but this is the offer in the Keshe Foundation store. He hasn't told us how to make the cosmic ray material. I think we're making it within our own structure and we can manipulate it better that way. But he is producing the cosmic ray material, and this is all part of this integration into the One Nation network. He talked about the Mark Ray shares, he talked about the coin, and he talked about the cosmic ray balls. And here again, we just go back to that.
Hold them, those of you who have two of them, and then create different emotion. Give with one hand and take with the other. Transfer the energy, and then you understand magnetic field emotion. See what emotion it creates in your body and your soul. They're not the games. These are the tools of the conformation of energy, magnetic field emotion. And then your brain is that beach, and the field energy and the tsunami which manifests itself as a loving whoosh of the wave on the beach, or a splash that becomes the destroyer of everything else.
So working with these, your brain is that beach, he's saying, and the energy field in the tsunami, which manifests itself as a loving whoosh or as a destroyer of everything else. So again, back to, so this is touching some sort of fields or energies within the brain, but it's for each of us to test it and see.
I always said my biggest wish for the world of science of present generation is that we could turn the clock back and wipe the name of Einstein from everything in the world of science, and teach man how everything works in the true essence of it. If you go back to the work of Da Vinci, when he explains the details, intricacy of the physics, of chemistry, of biology, he understood. He understood the totality. He understood how to convert one to another. And then, if we come forward with what he understood and wipe out the name of Einstein from the world of science, you, our children, will become the scientists of the space in no time. You feel the essence of how physical energy, chemistry creates condition of life, where he could understand the atomic structure and he could see the reaction in the muscle tissues of the man, with emotion, energy added to it. Next time, when you are with your child, with your lover, with your wife, with your husband, with your dog, with your cat, observe your emotion and how your emotion changes. And then at that point, try to understand the heartbeat in your body, the pulses. And then you will understand fully what the world of creation, mass, energy are connected.
So observing yourself, you'll understand the entire process. That's one of my new sayings. I'm observing and serving.
Caress the cat lovingly, and the cat suddenly pushes something or you scratches you, and the same love changes to force of anger and throwing the cat or punishing the cat. The mass of the cat hasn't changed. The mass of the human being hasn't changed. Magnetic field in motion receive different pulses. One become anger and one is a stroke of love. One is the matter energy of the emotion and one is energy of the matter in anger. There is no difference. And the whole world of science is connected, is part of, and it's the totality of. Once the man understands the pressures of the magnetic field, the strength, and the condition of the pulses and the frequencies and everything else which lives in the world of creation. I made man in the image of myself, but I did not give the man the pulses of me. And man has made the mess in the frequency of the matter state, creation of his matter state of physicality of the body of the man. The image of me is the soul of the man, without the factor of the pressures, without the factor of the emotion of the pulses, which created by the dimension of the soul of physicality, which is the heartbeat of the man.
Again, difficult for me to fully understand this. Anyone want to share? Just have to understand more about our own creation and how that energy can be manifest as anger or a loving touch in a way. And we can control it.
One is the essence and one is the cause. And then we see the effect. And one trying to match in the dimension of what we call field strength to be of the soul of the creator's strength field, creates a man which is always short, can never reach. And then for him to reach that point, gets a man to kill, to destroy, and the wars and the rest of it. Isn't it true that what we eat, we kill to eat, and everything else is to get our soul of physicality to the dimension of the field, the strength of our soul, that we become equal to, then become balance of, then become part of the bigger. That shortage of trying to reach that balance of the soul leads man to kill. But if we can give that energy to the soul of the man, does man need the dimension of physicality to kill for?
So apparently the soul of physicality is aware of the soul of the man and is trying to reach its energy level, but we're going about it the wrong way. And again, through taking other energies is one of the things. So if we can feed the soul of the man will feed the physicality. We're not quite there yet, but we're on the road to get there in a very big way, worldwide, as I see it.
The one which he tries to achieve in the dimension of physicality to match his soul of physicality to the soul of the creator, which is the reflection of it, has made man to kill. What you don't have, you steal. But we still alive. We still other lives to confirm the condition of physicality can be equal or the same as pretending to be, and then not succeeding, becoming the soul on its own to become part of back again that drop in the ocean of the life of the creation.
And again, for you to sort of determine how this is handled within your own structure. And it's a little bit of a journey, but it's not that far. You're already taking in about 80% of your energies without killing or destroying anything. So it's very possible to fill the gap of that 20% without taking another entity's energies. And it's probably a lot more emotionally balancing for you, as well as on the health end.
Conversion of one to another, energy to mass, and the mass in this messy job creates a condition for it to become back to the energy of the what we call the drop back in the ocean of the life of the creator. This is the purpose. That's why now you might understand why we're promoting these communication units. Because through it, connection with it, what we create, we balance, we give energy that man does not need to kill to receive across this planet. Then man will move on. Then man has time to understand itself. As I said very recently in a meeting, it's fashionable. We become vegetarian not to kill the animals. It'll become very fashionable very soon to become what we call cosmic ray guy or plasmatic guy, that not only I don't even kill the vegetables, I take the energy from the universe, so I'm plasmatic, not vegetarian. I don't kill. I follow the philosophy, understanding the knowledge of the creation through the field, the strength of the creator, and not destroying another package for me to survive.
And again, many people think there's no problem with killing or eating anything you'd like. I'm not going to argue with them. It's up to them to decide their position in this whole affair. And I think we're all growing. It just takes some of us longer, so we're not shunning or being mean or telling people they're wrong. But this is the new fashion is coming in where we can live without taking from others so much. And we'll see how this pans out. As he said, you wanted peace, I put peace on the table. It's called the One Nation Network.
We're all thieves. We're all got our hand to the rim in the blood of the creation, because we never understood that we do not need the dimension of physicality. Kill. But we appreciate, we understand the dimension of physicality. It was for the joy of being there, not the joy of killing to be there.
And again, he's not saying to bring about your own demise or that you don't have to have the physicality. He said you can exist in the physicality without having to steal from the others to do it and enjoy the beauty and the observation of it. This is my understanding. Anyone want to share anything about that? Because you don't have to be the one that butchered the cow to be part of that line. The same example was used in the creation of the bullet. Just because you didn't fire that bullet, you're still in that chain of being responsible for where that bullet went. You might have been the bullet manufacturer, never went into war yourself, never fired that bullet, but it's connected to you in a way. So I think it's the same with this. Any thoughts? We continue.
I wish in the past few weeks and months how much if we bring the what we call the aliens of the living in this planet and see how us as people will learn from them. They don't kill. They have no need to destroy. There is no mouth and there is no stomach to feed, but to absorb the energy and convert the energy into mass to manifest themselves in the dimension of physicality of the man for man to see. If the others have reached this level of understanding in the universe, what is wrong with man that does not want to understand? The beauty of it is when you reach that point, you don't need to be a king. You don't need to be the top man. You are one of the men. And then you understand the beauty of totality, because it's not a competition. It's a coexistence that you want to coexist and enjoy the beauty of the fields of the others. Because every interaction and pause only creates another life when it comes across another field dimension inertia. We are all isotopes of the soul of the Creator. and made man in the image of myself in the dimension of soul, and him in respect to the field inertia of its environment manifests itself, conducts itself, and lives itself according to time, place, and position and emotion. So we are in soul the essence of is that drop which came from the cup and the spoon, which came from the ocean of the soul of the Creator. But in interacting with other fields which come from another part of the same impression and interaction of the others, and the condition of physicality of the magnetic field inertia of the earth has created me in the dimension of physicality. In essence, in soul, I am that drop from the soul, from the cup of the life of the Creator. But on the other hand, my physicality is connected to the interaction of many others. I have to find a solution for it to be equal as the energy which I receive from the Creator, and not the effect which is created, the shortfall that is made my hand red with blood of killing.
So we haven't completely extricated ourselves out of this red hand, this blood of killing yet, but we're certainly on the way, and the systems are there. Again, I repeat, he said we can't ask you to stop eating unless we give you a system to replace it with. And so it's being, in a way, gifted as I see it.
The faster we manage to develop and deliver these, what we call, again with the carrot and the stick, as a coin we jewel out across this planet, the faster will bring an end to the cycle of destruction, and in a way elevating the soul of the man, that no man needs to do anything to kill and destroy. We reach back to the state of Mitra. We have no reason to kill. We have no greed to be higher, as we are all equal and enjoy being in that position. We are not communist, but we understand each one of us has a beauty of adding to the totality. We talk good because we have the essence of, and with it, we do good. And we go back to the essence of Mitra and Zoroaster, which is the essence, the beauty of the existence of the Creator. That is rich, he doesn't have the greed to think bad, to achieve, to receive, to be higher. He doesn't do and he doesn't think wrong because he's a possessor of everything. And once man reaches that point that I am complete within myself, with the energy fields of the Creator, then man reaches a point of maturity to understand. The dimension of physicality is to see, to enjoy the pleasure of his creation, not to destroy and kill what is created for me to become, to maybe reach the level of what already am in the dimension of the soul of the man. Once our scientists understand this, once humanity, which become the scientists of the creation, understand this, one will realize that man is dimension of physicality, is beautiful of his soul. It's man who has to appreciate the beauty of his own existence and understand the connection of the energy of the Creator and the physicality dimension of existence. Then no magician will be 3I or 2R or to stupidity of the man with no intelligence, that's called the greed, and then man will complete itself. Understand and try to throw the what they call C squared away and try to understand what is connection, energy as magnetic field in motion, which has no conditional environment, which is the plasma of the Creator, and the condition of the inertia of the matter state. And then energy is equal to mass, where energy is magnetic field in motion. And then The mass is interaction of the same with the inertia of its time, place, and position. Then you don't need to make assumptions and make a fool of yourself and coming up with another position to create yourself another God and prophet and the rest. Once you understand, and once you stand on your leg, you can jump, leap, and do everything else because you understood the beauty of having legs and understanding how to use it to the benefit of the physicality. If you run that physicality to the wall and bash yourself to it, it shows you have not understood the essence of the creation. Try to bring about a total understanding of the science of the creation. Then you don't need to make no assumptions. Be it about the speed, be it about emotion, be it about every other thing which you have made assumptions to confirm your existence. We are all lovers, which we have missed the path to our lover. The one who loves us, which is the Creator. And we pretend to be the false lovers in just simply we have not understood the essence of the transfer of the energy from Creator to us. You don't need no prophets, you don't need no gurus as you become the teacher of yourself. And then you understand, as a teacher does, how to teach his physicality to be, in a way, replication of the soul of the Creator. Ask yourself, when you see these pictures of they show you of the aliens, what is their mouth? They don't need to consume, as they take what they need, what's available in the environment to live. Please understand the teaching of today. Understand the difference between the mass and energy, and understand they are connected with it. Then you are more intelligent than the most advanced scientists in CERN and every other part of the nuclear industry and plasma technology of this planet. We go for a break, I come back, and I hope I open your eyes into the dimension of understanding how you are part of the soul of the Creator. And it's only you who denies the beauty of enjoying it.
Okay, I think that ends this clip. We may not have understood it fully with the physicality, but the teaching goes, surpasses your physicality and goes right in as an energy, which starts changing you in certain ways, small changes, I would say, but they are cumulative over time. So even just by listening to these changes are happening within you. And again, we just need to stop denying that we are part of the soul of the Creator, as is said. And again, who can stop that denial? Only you. But again, everything around us says, no, you're not. And so this is a bit of a task. But as we get more confident with this knowledge, I'm sure, and some of the systems that are being produced, this will become wide, and we realized it years ago, because it's never been explained in this sort of simple way, how profound it is as well. Okay, I think we'll go to the Dome of Peace. I'm sure Alex is about ready. And of course,
I have a comment.
Oh, please, as many as you'd like.
I was just thinking, we have sometimes conversations about, are you vegetarian or a meat eater? A nice conversation opener would be, I am trying to be plasmatic. Not vegetarian, but plasmatic. Wonderful.
He said it's going to become fashionable. I know he said in the future that people would frown on eating. almost if someone releases flatulence in an elevator, people, they're very, don't like that too much. So that may be the same thing, even though we have to accept that that's the position of the other at this point in time. Hopefully, we won't think bad or speak bad of them or do anything bad to them. Um, they'll be brought up to the same level in time. Again, we're all growing into this knowledge at different speeds and different strengths. So I think that's why he said nobody's wrong and no one's 100% right. Okay, so let's go to the Dome of Peace. We'll put in some of these other things. Again, the Mark Ray Corporation is the home of the cosmic ray technologies, but this is the first step of the Dome of Peace in spreading the GANS waters, which you can produce in your kitchen. And we can also put, I'm not sure, I don't have the Keshe Foundation wiki in there, but you can look it up on the internet. So this is the first step of creating the Dome of Peace, which is something for the physicality to do. And that is releasing these waters as often, early and often as you'd like to release them, but collectively. And again, the reason for that is because the collective is stronger than the individual. So this is the first step of creating the Dome of Peace. And of course, the Universal Council invites you to this practice on the soul level, as well as releasing the GANS waters every day at 9 p.m. And now they've asked if you would like to enter into this process every 3 hours. But as we heard with Shweta, as Mr. Keshe indicated, don't just do it once a time. You can do it all the time. And again, it's just a simple pulsation of the plasma to the world leaders anytime. And if the soul decides to pick it up, we see the change. But the first step is to release, to release the GANS waters. And let's hear from Stefania.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, again, it has a much more profound effect than we realize, but this has been going on for years and years, and it'll continue to go on until we reach that permanent peaceful position on this planet. And hopefully it's sooner than later. Now we can go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, but before I do that, the Brazilians, of course, have made this beautiful background again every Sunday, 12 and or 6 p.m. Just release whatever you'd like, waters of any sort of ganses, and put good intentions into it just through your thoughts and release it. You don't even have to go outside to spray it, but you can do it that way. You do it the way it pleases you. And then, of course, we'll complete the second part of the Dome of Peace. And this is where, as I mentioned earlier, you're invited to this process on the energy level. There's no formal meeting, although the Brazilian team does have a formal meeting, which they conduct on Wednesday for the elevation of the world leaders. But every day is a daily intention at 1 a.m. Central European time. So calculate your time and you can join them in an actual physical meeting. It's a short meeting, but you can share what you'd like to share in that meeting. And of course, they're open to everyone from every other language as knowledge seekers. And that happens again at 6 p.m. CET. So let's hear from Shweta, if we can, for the second step of the Dome of Peace. Let me just move the volume up a bit. And this is, again, the powers of the souls, or our energy dimension. Again, we're just sharing good emotions with the world leaders, not forcing it, just giving. And if they decide, if the soul of the leaders decides to pick it up and change a dimension, all the better. But it's our position just to give or to help a soul in need that may be lower than us.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the two eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, thank you, Shweta. And Stefania, so you see, you can do this at any time, even in this meeting, as we're listening to someone else or looking at something on the background. You can do it all the time. And again, depending how much you want to put into it. But every time I think of or a picture of a world leader comes into my mind or someone else that's in this position, I just give to them. And I think this is the pulse that you can do. Again, it just takes a nanosecond, just a moment of your existence to bring this. And of course, the Gans waters, I was just thinking, I'm sure they're picking up some other energies that are either being introduced by the sun, the 3I, the R2, or even to systems from the Keshe Foundation. So I think these will start even radiating more energies as the energies on this planet increase. They're picking it up and again, being able to bring balance to a situation. So releasing the Gans waters is certainly not in vain. And as it's been indicated, this is one of the ways you take over a planet. And apparently this has been done before in the universe, or I don't think it would have been said that way. So thank you all for your continued participation. Remember, if we wake up this collective awareness, we will bring the change. The souls will decide. But we still need a few more, I think, involved in this, that humanity has shown without a doubt that they want the change. But most people have not become aware of this or the power of their nuclear reactors, if we could call it a low energy reactor on the plasmatic end. So thank you all for your continued participation in this. And again, you may join one of the other meetings, but it's your responsibility now that we've understood that we can actually enhance others through our energies. Don't just leave it in your pocket, actually exercise it periodically, and you'd be amazed at what may happen to you, because as you're nourishing the others, you become nourished through that process as well. As we like to say, there's no giving without receiving. So thank you all for your dedication and your continuation in this work. I think if Alex is ready, we've gone a little bit long, but I think he's more than ready to come in. Alex, if you're with us and ready to present, please take the screen and let's move forward.
Well, thank you very much, Mark, for bringing us to this point here. And I think it's very important to get this business taken care of.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Let's see here. Welcome, everybody. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting in 2025. And it's a very important time in our lives, isn't it? Very important time to be here and do all the things that we need to do. So let's see here. Yeah, we have a very good representation here from the many continents around this planet. It's really important because this is a worldwide event. We're following the massive announcements of the Knowledge Seekers workshops. And we're trying to, shall we say, make heads or tails. Let's understand the heads are very magnetical and the tails are very gravitational. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're discussing the intermediate GANS tech. And as part of that is the Pico GANS. And my name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is November the 16th of 2025. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So thank you all for participating, because we are all not just knowledge seekers, not just students, but we will also become teachers, and we have to become teachers in our own way. And as we try and condense this information into bite-sized pieces, we find that we have a cornucopia of bite-sized pieces. And, you know, how do we make heads or tails out of this whole thing without running around like a dog trying to catch its tail? So the anomaly has come about because as we've been going through the GANS tech here, we've been talking about the transaction zone, which is the coming together of two fields and how they counterweight each other. So there's always a balance. And then it's a way of how do we interpret what we're seeing? And then one of the ways we interpret things is through shielding. And so one thing that it does is it shields us also from the knowledge because it exposes us to the improper knowledge. And so we have to understand that our Earth space is already shielded. We don't need intermediaries to shield that. What we're having is a refugium, a place of peace and prosperity. We call it heaven. And we say heaven on earth. And many people don't agree with that concept because when you look around, you see all sorts of uh, hooligan activity that is not very productive. But the reality is that we didn't go to Mars. We came to Earth and we arrived. And we are all little picoganses on a very big planet. And there's over 8 billion of us. And we come here for a very specific reason. And we need to find out what that reason is. So we've been trying with the books of Maritabakoli Keshe, such as book number 1, which is the universal order of creation of matter. And now we understand it's a coming together of 3 energy fields, the matter, the dark matter, and the antimatter. And that's well described. And so when it's the coming together, then the question is, where's it coming from? And so we have 2 fields. And then how do we connect those 2 fields? Well, of course, in book number 2, it's the structure of the light that allows us to connect these 2 fields. And do we understand light? And quite honestly, physics has been dependent on this understanding. And unfortunately, there has been a deficiency because we've been only looking at it from the physical point of view. We're already complaining in the Knowledge Seekers workshops that we're viewing life from the matter state point of view. And we've been trying to discern what is the difference between the matter state and the physical state. So the physical state is the product, is the inertia field product of the matter state. So what is the matter state and where did it come from? So in book number 3, The Origin of the Universe shows where that came from. And so the creation of these 2 fields, which create this inertia field of physicality, is our universe, which we understand totally. Well, we think we understand it totally because the only thing that we understand is that little tiny drop in the ocean of man's universe. And we think we know everything. And all we know is what we see, which is the color of light. But what we don't see is not only the rest of the universe, but we also don't see our sister universe, which is the counterweight to our universe. So we find that 2 fields can be created from the one field. And that one field is going back to book number 1. And so this all leads us to a lot of confusion. And the reason we have this confusion is because we are, as members of the Universal Council brought forward by Rick Crammond and those members on the 404 One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace, we find that we are having a meeting with ourselves because the Universal Council is having a meeting by themselves and basically excluding us. And so how do we become members of the universal community? And is there a universal community? Well, we have to understand that the plasma rule is where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, and our rule on Earth is the higher strength eats the weaker strength. So when these 2 fields come together, that is a transaction zone. But the thing is that in science, we call that a binding zone. But in our Earth space, it always leads to a kind of conflict point. So whether it be 2 armies coming together and having a conflict, or a husband and wife in a marriage having a conflict, or brother and sister, or even brother and brother, and then we see that there's a conflict point in even there. So, we see many examples of conflict points. And of course, it's only in physics and that we look at them as a binding zone. And in terms of that binding zone, most of us are preoccupied with the unbinding of the binding zone through massive explosions, and we create these bombs, which, of course, promote killing. And that's really the problem on this planet is we all need this energy binding. It's a very self-serving need, and that gives us our dimension point. But it's how we acquire this energy binding, and we do it at the expense of others who also depend on this energy binding need for their self-serving purposes. So why, when we were given all the resources that we need to facilitate this energy binding, are we stealing it from others? And so we find ourselves in this anomaly. And then, you know, what do we call ourselves? Well, we call ourselves the fallen angels. Why? Because it increases density and increases pressure, it increases gravity, it increases our dependence on the earth space feeding, and then puts a lot of pressure. And so we find that this pressure is like an internal popcorn pressure of Gauss tensity. But you see, the thing is that the angular momentum is conserved. And you know that because as we, shall we say, explode like popcorn, we retain our conformity in our body. So what stopped that explosion? How come we're not splattered all over the place? Well, when someone drops a bomb on you, you splatter all over the place because that's an external energy which is not accounted for in this angular density. So fundamentally, without intervention, our angular momentum is conserved. In other words, we can manifest our physicality and maintain our conformity within our body structure and still have the, shall we say, Gauss affinity that we need. And so we can do this, as we talked last week about the shielding, but we see shields as an armor. Sometimes we see it as a weapon. And we see that as part of our exoskeleton because we don't have enough to shield us. And, you know, so you see police and military walking around with bulletproof vests as a shield, but it also gives us camouflage. It also, deception is another type of shielding. And then, of course, if the shielding doesn't work, let's just divert attention. So that's a different form of shielding. But then there's the translucence. In the sunlight, we can see the sky, but at night, that same sky becomes translucent. We can see the stars. And so we know that there's an area beyond that shielding. That shielding is actually our Coulomb barrier, which serves as a protection from all the viruses that are going around the world and through the universe. So we call them viruses because they're just energy packs. And they manifest into bacteria, which is the physical manifestation of the virus. And so when we come through this zone, that shield can act as a catch-all. So we catch all these things, but they're on the outside of the barrier, and that's how we can shield ourselves. So that is a physical fact. But we seem to be fascinated with all sorts of phenomena, and you know, we like to, well, we like to be fashion dandies, you know, riders on the storm, right? So to impress the impressionable. And so we call them in our own language, if we can't explain it, we say what we call chariots of fire, right? Chariots drawn by horses with flames coming out of the exhaust of the chariot. Right then and there, you know that there's a problem because we're trying to explain something and we don't have the terminology, we don't understand the science. So, you know, we sometimes lash out, and that lashing may be a loosh dilemma where we start harvesting the loosh from others, which is the energy. And by stealing that, we have a single-minded intention. That is, I like your honey and I want to steal your honey because I think your honey is better than my honey. And then we get more people thinking about that, and that's how you get this hive mind intention. But this is part of the Loosh dilemma, where this hive mind is thinking with the physical inertia results. It is not obeying the Gans intention, which is really the true nature of man. And the true nature of man is in conflict with this Loosh dilemma, and it kind of obstructs our vision, doesn't it? So what we're looking for is vitality enhancement, and why do we need vitality enhancement? Because fundamentally we are all loose leakers, and so we need to recharge at our gas stations to improve our emotional and physical vitality, and we know how to do that using the ganses. And we have many types of technology coming forward that are seeking the practical applications of this. So we are confronted with what are historical wagon wheels and our current automotive industry and our airplanes, rocket ships, and spaceships. Quite the range. And how do we cope with this when we are manifesting old and decrepit people? Why are those two words, old and decrepit, in the same sentence when we're also manifesting young and decrepit people? And why are those two words in the same sentence? Does age and health have a relationship? Or is that contrived? Well, there are many things that are contrived. So when we look at the Ten Commandments, we find that they are the Ten Commandments for humanity, not for the vertical people, not for dogs and pigs and cats. It's for us. Why do we need these Ten Commandments? Are we not intelligent enough? Or are the dogs, pigs, and cats more intelligent than us? And then we find that there's more missing commandments. And I keep referring to thou shalt not lie because poker is a very popular game in this planet. But lying is a game of deception. And it's only possible on this planet within that Coulomb barrier. Once you go past that, you cannot lie because words don't matter. Words are physical. And the universal community is looking at your true intention. So that true intention is manifest in the Gans. The Gans has an affinity for truthfulness. There's no poker playing in outer space. And so this becomes the truth seeker's dilemma. When I see that you're lying, I have to have an accountability to myself. But, do I accuse you of lying or do I have to shield myself from lying? And why do I have to shield myself? You're the liar. But there's a liar's dilemma as well, because they have an accountability as well to their soul. And so the dilemma there is they either have to quit lying or suffer the consequences, because there are always consequences. So this is the nature of the Gans shielding points, what we talk about. The humanity inertia Gans, to shield ourselves from hostiles, from aggression, from environmental harm, from fear mongering, from emotional abuse. This demonstrates an enormous amount of activity and energy dedicated to the shielding process. But where is the peace and prosperity thriving when so much energy is devoted to the shielding process? So one of the ways to shield ourselves, of course, is to exclude ourselves from that particular social sphere. So let's say, if you're a gang member, you have to be part of the gang or you're not going to survive. So in order to survive differently, you may have to change the field of the gang, or you may have to change the field of your presence, and you have to move away from that field. And there are many people who are basically going around this planet who have extricated themselves from that environment and gone into a different environment, but they constantly have to maintain this shield to shield themselves from this aggression and from hostiles. And so this is our preoccupation on this planet. And it's unfortunate because it's very easy to change the perception. Because when we introduced the cups of life, it was during a pandemic. And so, but they weren't called the cups of pandemic, they were called cups of life. Why is that? And that is because our inner space reflects our core space, and it gives us an emotional strength, and we can enhance that. Likewise, we can enhance our physical strength. This is all part of our vitality enhancement. So we had two cups of life. And that was interesting because one was emotional, that would be the zinc, and one was physical, that would be the copper GANs. But then we introduced the radiance manifestation of other gases like CO2 and calcium and amino acids and water. And now we've extended that to include gold. And what are the ramifications of that? But not only, there are many that are coming into play. And then we have the anomaly of the cup of the universe, which includes the two hemispheres of the brain. And they work together the same way. There's a balance between the copper GANs, which is physical, and the zinc GANs, which is emotional, and the carbogen, which is, wait a second, that is connected to the universe. And all three of these GANs fields are working together, and they create the physicality. But the physicality isn't just the addition of these three fields, it's more than that, because we retain the continued operation of these three basic fields. So our transmission is our physicality on the carbon-12 highway, but then we can transition to the carbon-14 highway, and that is just a midpoint to the transmutation highway, which is the carbon-16 highway. And then we find that there is a relationship between all of our atomic structure, our monatomic structure, our GANT structure, and today we're going to discuss our picostructure. So what we like to review is to understand that the cups of life involve the basic magnetical gravitational relationship and the soul radiance. So we have the emotional cup, the physical cup, and the soul cup. But in order to manifest in the physicality, we have to have an environment. That environment is our earth space. So once we have that environment, then our soul cups can all interact with the cup of inertia, which is the manifestation of that inertia field density. So we're bringing together all of these things, and we find that something is something. Nothing is nothing. Based on the field strength, something is always something as opposed to being something else. We call it susceptibility. And the transaction zone is right in the core where these fields come together. It is one. And so we look at the cup on the left and we can see the beginnings of that transaction zone. You can clearly see the rotating, the circular patterns, if you will. And they're contained within this glass cup at the bottom of the liquid. And we look at the carafe on the right, and so we have the glass, we have the water, we have the GANs, and then look, there's a hole in the GANs. And that becomes another transaction zone. So the completion of these circular fields. And you say, well, there's nothing in there. Well, no, nothing is nothing. Something is always something as opposed to being something else. So here we are when we do the nanocoating, and in review, we took a copper wire and then we created carbon nanocrystals. And then we had to align them. And then we created this magnetical gravitational relationship. And once we made that gravitational inertia point and we gave it an alignment, then we could have a direction of flow. And flow is what it's all about, because that is how you transfer energy. through these MAGRAV energy transfer states. So it all follows the laws of conservation of inertia. And so we can not only go from one side of the GAN state to another side of the GAN state, but we can also interact with the GAN state on one side and the nanostate on the other side. But there's no restriction to that. We can also interact with the atomic state. And so we find that there is something funny going on here. There's this pico turning point in the center. And it is somehow positioned in the center of the atomic state, nanostate, and the GAN state. And so there's a relationship, and we'll discuss that today. So the first thing is that we understand that the reason the GANS is freaking out because it's like a GANS popcorn. And when it pops out from a core. And so all the points on the GANS have a negative charge, each point being negative as a giver. And as a giver, it's magnetical. This represents field forces. Where are they coming from? Well, that positive charge in the gravitational core. And in that core, we have gas. So the gas is a nanostate, solid. Gas is a nanosolid. And so when it explodes, it manifests into that physicality, and we can see it. And that's the key point, because the gravitational aspect of the GANS freakout is the pico coating, which is a popcorn of its own. We have a pico popcorn, except we can't see it. We actually can't even see the nanocoating. The only way we can see the nanocoating is when we have 40,000 layers of nanocoating, and then we can see the blackness. But we can't even see the pico because it's 3 orders of magnitude smaller than the nano. So let's remember, milli is 10 to the minus 6, nano is 10 to the minus 9, so pico is 10 to the minus 12th. It is tiny, tiny, tiny. And yet, it has these points, and which looks like miniature GANs. And now we've achieved the ability to see this with using very sophisticated equipment has not been seen before. And so this becomes the heart of the earth matter, right? And so we question, is the earth matter transacted in singularity or duality? Well, it manifests in singularity, but it is a product of duality. So the singularity is the inertia density manifestation zone. And what is the cause of this? Prior to it manifesting in the physicality, we see that we can create a lot of earth ganses, and each gans is transacted in the same way, in singularity or duality. In other words, the gans itself is a singular field. And that gas has neighbors. And so those neighbors need to be conducive to the creation of that gas. And the gas that we create is not the same all over the world, because there's no two places with the same neighbors either. So all of this GANS production is a fragment of the complexity. It's all part of the nuclear feeding inertia. It gives you gravitational stability, but it also gives you dimensional portability. So you can move the various dimension points. So whether it be matter state, you have different points, antimatter state, different points, or the dark matter, which is the central point, and you have different points there. So you can pick any one plus any one plus any one, and you will get more than 3, because this nuclear feeding inertia continues. It doesn't stop. And even after you create the GANs. And so this is how, when we look at the elements on the periodic table of elements, we see the various range details, and we're only looking at a few of them because what's important to us in this discussion is the amino acids, which is carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen, in the medium of the sodium, potassium, calcium, or magnesium, and the manifestation of the copper, which is physical, and the zinc, which is emotional. Of course, the iron is very important, and so is the gold. And the gold has a special affinity, and why gravitate to silver when you can go for the gold? And this is the whole narrative of the Olympics, isn't it? Go for the gold. So, but only one can be the gold winner. The rest are not the gold winner. So when we look at the MAGRAV as a counterweight, we have to understand that it's a field capture in singularity. And so the nature of coming together has to have this angular momentum, the angular density. And we call it the fallen angels, but that's one concept, one point of view. We have another point of view, the arrived angels. Did you just drop out like a load falling off a truck? How many times have you heard? It fell off the truck and I got a good deal. That's code for theft. And so this arriving or falling is passing through different flux lines of gravity. And so depending on how it comes through is the nature of what it is. But when we talk about these flux lines, we can see this in action when we look at the Gans counterweight, where you see sometimes in a beaker where you make the Gans, some of the Gans floats to the surface and some of the Gans goes to the bottom. And there's actions in two directions. So there is motion. And if you think of all the flux lines in the beaker, you see that the motion goes across these gradient transitions. And the steepness affects the transition gradient, how fast it moves. But fundamentally, the energy has to be dropped from one stage and given to the next stage. And in that way, there's a give and take and an exchange of energy. And if we're going up to the less dense, then that becomes magnetical. And if you're going down to the more dense, then that becomes gravitational. And so we refer to the magnetical as a negative and the gravitational as a positive. Okay, well, now we understand the radiance pole flipping because there is a vertical emission coming from the core. And so it reflects our polyatomic gradient transitioning where we're feeding as part of the radiance, the magnetical plasma. But in order for the magnetical plasma to move, it has to be magnetical. But in order for it to arrive, that magnetical plasma has to then become gravitational. So in essence, the pole has to flip. But it is still a magnetical plasma because from that flipping position, it has to revert back to a magnetical plasma with a magnetical characteristic to move again. And then eventually it becomes part of the feedback radiance. And so we find that the orbit around the plasma field is magnetical, but the core of the plasma field is gravitational. And so that becomes the essence of the energy in motion. But what we are ignoring is where does that external input come to facilitate the pole flipping? And so it's the cosmic ray feeding, which is coming from the universe. So as that energy becomes absorbed, that magnetical plasma then becomes more dense. It has more energy, so it becomes more gravitational. Therefore, the pole can flip and it can move. And then once it moves, it has exhausted that energy by giving to the next position. and it continues. So we find that the cosmic ray feeding is based on an emission and based on an absorption. And the emission and the absorption facilitate the mag-grav stability. And so when you look at the Earth space and you find that outside of the magnetosphere, we have a vacuum. Well, how come we just don't explode? Because there's a counterweight, and that is the plasma core vacuum. So the vacuum inside and the vacuum outside, and we're working within the balance. And that balance for our physicality is in the balance of the Earth space field. And the Earth space field has the same characteristic. So the Earth space field vacuum is balanced by the vacuum of in-between space, which is outside of the magnetosphere, and the core space, which is inside the core of the Earth and the planet. And so everything else is stable. But we operate in that zone, what we call the biosphere zone, which in the nearest proximity of the crust of the Earth. And in that point, we can operate because our vertical emission and our vertical absorption is working with the environment as our position and working with the cosmic rays, which is part of our feeding. So now we understand that in order for us to maintain our activity, there has to be an energy exchange, and it is continuous. Okay, so when we're looking at these exchanges, we have to understand that there's a whole lot of activity going on, like 250,000 transactions per second in each and every cell. And they gravitate from the transaction zones of the cosmic feeding coming together from various areas, and the transaction zone of the magnetical radiation being in motion, and the gravitational transaction zone at the core. And in order to maintain that and maintain its position, it has to continually transact with all the energy that is going around. So now we understand this radiance pole flipping that's going on all the time. But you notice that you are not doing any physical flipping. And you notice that the Earth is not doing any physical flipping in a rapid fashion, 250,000 times per second. It's just doing its energy flipping. And that energy flipping is allowing you to have that vitality. And this is all based on charge. So whether it's a point or whether it's a curve, we have to understand that it's a charge. And so last week we talked about shields as a charge because they represent this curvature. And so, of course, the focal point of the curvature is at the core, and it extends outwards so that it reinforces the activity. But what's at the core is what you don't see is the gravitational charge, which is positive. So this is the method of energy exchange. And we see that when we're looking at a charge, the charge is always positive. So it's the emission that is negative, it's magnetical. It's the absorption that is positive, it's gravitational. And what affects the gradient is the rotation and the speed and the strength and the direction. So there's both an energy field going through the core and an energy field going through the perimeter, the orbit of the field. And so what we're focused on is the transaction zone, which is basically at the core. And then we say, well, it's just falling binding points are just coming together, and that's our arbitrary point of view. But what we don't see are the apparent ends, and they seem to be just terminal. They just seem to end somewhere, and we don't ask ourselves, what are they connected to? But we seem to have different binding points. And so we ask ourselves, how does that change? And so those are affected by the star inertia gradients, which are impacted by the 2 points of view that we have. We have a gravitational magnetical point of view and a magnetical gravitational point of view. And so one has a magnetical gradient charge and the other has a gravitational gradient charge. But each one has a susceptibility to increase or decrease. So when we're looking at the main transaction zone, it has the possibility of going through many, many points, and it can turn. And that creates your gravitational inertia point. And that seems to be the only thing that we give our time and attention to, ignoring the rest, like it's not there. But in plasma science, you can't do that. And in reality, we have to understand this concept of duality. We're talking about 2 points that work together in tandem, like a partnership. We call it the twinity. So when you have a transaction zone of the gravitational side, the star formation, you have two transaction zones which impact the inertia density manifestation. And then you have the same thing with the plasma fields. They also interact as a duality, and they also create the inertia density manifestation. But how dense is it? And then you look at the ray motion and it does the same thing. And how dense is that? Well, not very dense at all, because we have the natural creation, which is a maggrav based on the natural creation and the natural decay. That's the range. But then we have another maggrav, the natural decay, which is a balance between the natural creation and the natural decay. So we have these two transaction zones that are coming together, and they create another transaction zone. This is the bonding area. And there's a boundary. There's a boundary between what we call the natural creation and the natural decay. And it all depends on the field strength, of which direction things will flow and what we give our time and attention to. And if we don't understand that, then we just fudge that. And so we become the fudgers, because all we understand is that when two forces come together, there's a war. And so there's a susceptibility and a singularity. But if we could understand the fields of the universe, when fields come together in duality, they create this transaction zone. And we've seen that with the original magravs, where we had electric motors running Gans balls in a star formation, and they created this plasma field in the transaction zone. And we replicated that on May the 10th in Beijing, where we created gold. So the concept of the twinity is what we've been highlighting, the 2 points of the nanotech. And today we're talking about the 2 points of the picotech, which is really the 2 points of the star tech. So in the twinity, there's a twinity of the nanotech. We have to take those things into consideration. But from the nanotech, there's also the twinity of the GANS tech. And today we're talking about the twinity of the picotech. So how does that work? Same way. There's a polyatomic inertial gradient. But when we talk about the polyatomic, that is the movement from the atomic, which is a chain link, to the polyatomic, the nanocoating, which is not chained together, but it has a bonding field. And that bonding field is either going to be in relationship as a gravitational or a magnetical, so that that can continue along the copper wire. And so you have these various polyatomic inertia gradients, but they are all kind of round. And so in order to balance off, we have layers. We have nanocoating layers. And then we have gravitational layers as well in the GANs. And so that is creating our physicality. But we see the GANs as a gas, as a nanosolid. So how can a gas be a solid? Well, by the same discussion, how can a gas be a liquid? And so we know that that is possible. And we know that a liquid can be a solid also. So it shouldn't be a surprise that GANS is a nanosolid. So going back to our nano discussion, we see that it's monatomic particles on a copper substrate, and they align themselves. And when you look at that alignment, it is in interstitial layers, nesting like eggs in a carton. And then you have these monatomic layers. So the blue layer is not on the same level as the black layer, and they sit in the interstitial pockets. And so what are you creating? You're creating a star formation, and you're also creating a rotating field, and you're creating a six-pointed star as well. But if you look at the nanostate monatomic star formations, you find that the gravitational layer of the black has a magnetical point on the star of the blue. And then you look at the gravitational combination of the blue has a magnetical point on the black. And so what does that mean? That means you have this polar flipping, right? So when you look at the monatomic side view, you see that the star formation is in either direction. And then you have this synergy because now they're all organized and they're all working together. So 1 and 1 is more than 2 because you still have the 1 and the 1, and you're getting the product of the 1, plus you're getting this monatomic energy flow, which is a superconductor at room temperature. Oh, well, isn't that wonderful? And, does anybody really care about that? Well, that is something that science has known, for decades, and is only recently starting to talk about it. And we have been talking about that for a long time at the Keshe Foundation. But fundamentally, we have to understand what is the difference between the physicality and the animation. Well, more than 3 in a chain is a polymer. But when you have the fourth one in the physicality, it folds over and creates a protein. And so now we see that the relationship between the nano coating and the amino nanostate is that you have multiple monatomic energy flows coming. You have a direction, you have a negative, you have a positive, and it's a superconductor at room temperature. But now there's something in the core. And now there is a leanings towards the magnetical as opposed to the gravitational. But when the pole flips, so does the tendency to have the emission from the magnetical and the absorption to the gravitational, introducing the sine wave. There you go. So now we have a frequency. So when we're looking at the susceptibility and duality, as it relates to these Gans balls that are rotated with an electrical motor and the creation of this plasma field at the core, now we see that the rotating field that is going around is magnetical in every direction. But we were using the GANs, and the GANs was produced from the nanocoating. What is at the core? There is a pico GANs in that core, but it is not a popcorn. The GANs is the popcorn. So if we understand surface to volume ratios, the tinier the object, the higher the negative charge. And then the more negative charges, the cumulative effect is basically additive. And so you have more negative charges. So one of the characteristics that allows the nanocoating, which is a superconductor at room temperature and it's circular, to translate into GANs, which is an explosion of a point that we can now see in physicality. We know the GANs has a color. We've seen many, many GANSs. But the GANs itself has all these negative points, and they are all cumulative, and they're still at a superconductor at room temperature. So what did the GANs popcorn pop from? And why did it stop popping? I mean, like, it's an inertia density manifestation field, isn't it? So the way we talk about inertia is in conventional science an energy until it's redirected. So it'll continue to go until there is something stopping it. Well, what stopped the GANs popcorn from popping even more? So there must have been a balance. Where's the counterweight? Well, it seems like deep down in that transaction zone is that picogans. Because what is different with the picogans is that the picogans is inside the nanocoating. So the picogans is a counterweight to the GANs. So if we understand our physical state as being relayed by weight and our atomic state by mass, that is the gravitational measure. But when we look at the nuclear state, we measure that in Teslas, and the plasma state in time. That is the magnetical counterweight measure. So now we have a different understanding of this dynamic plasma relationship. So when we look at these two fields, the horizontal transmission and the vertical transition, and they come together, is the difference between the inner Earth space point within the inner Earth space field, which extends out to the magnetical transaction zone of the orbiting fields around the Earth. And so there's a balance therefrom. So when we talk about the creation of free plasma within ourselves, the basis is in the amino acid structure, the carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. We call it the cone, COHN. And that is fundamental for the creation of life. And so there's a structure within that structure. So each star formation is a magnetical point. And the combination create this gravitational transaction zone in the center. And this is all a superconductor at room temperature. And so we have this technology, and some people can actually see it. So we look at the auras of the soul of physicality, and they express our emotions in color. And what these colors are is an encapsulation of our emotion at that point in time. And there are overlapping fields. And so because we can't see them, we create this invisibility shield. It's a shield by illusion. But those who are clairvoyant can see these auras. And so you become exposed. And they can tell if you're lying. So you don't want to go into a poker game with a clairvoyant because you can't bluff. And that's the same is true with the universal community, because poker playing is impossible with the universal community because they don't look at the cards that you're holding. They're just looking at your intention. And liars, cheaters, stealers, and murderers are not welcome. And how they deal with it is you become very lonely. So, what they're looking at is the inside containment. And inside the skin of the body is the GANs. And so when you're looking at a stone, inside is, well, more stone. So the outside of the stone becomes the fence of that field. That becomes the Coulomb barrier. And we have a Coulomb barrier of the Earth, and that becomes our plasma barrier. So the plasma barrier of any field could be considered a Coulomb barrier, but the Coulomb barrier as we know it is specific to the physicality. The plasma barrier is specific to a field, and there's a non-containment because there is no fence. There is just a Magrav condition that is in balance. So when we look at the rotating ganses and we look at the cup, we see that the glass acts as a shield. We're looking from the top down in the left picture, we can see that there's a gans at the bottom of the cup, and there's a big fat hole in the center. And so the cup itself becomes the Coulomb barrier shield. But what's shielding the hole in the middle from the rest of the gans? And you look at the cup on the right, and not only do you have one field, but you have another field. So you have overlapping fields. So then you have multiple barrier shields. So what is the limit to these things? Well, when you look at the twinity of life, our physicality is a physical inertia field of connection. And so our existence in physicality acts as our Coulomb barrier shield. And with respect to the environment, that assists us in that shielding process. And so when those things work together, and we refer to that as a peace stone, then that is our refugium, that is our protection, that is how we exist, and that continues. It always continues because you cannot stop it. Energy is always in motion. So when we look at the planetary relationships, we have to think of the relationship of the electron and the proton. The electron being magnetical and the proton being gravitational, and they come together. And so, depending on the type of light that we see, it is either translucent or it is transparent. And then we can see that each physicality has its own Magrav position. So whether it's the sun or the earth or the Mars or me, each of them is a Magrav, and each of them is a containment field, and each of them is overlapping the other within our solar system. And of course, now we have visitors within that solar system, and they were using the sun as a shield because they're hiding behind the sun and issuing up a superconducting charge. That was something truly amazing, more than we could imagine. And so now we have to face the reality that the Coulomb barrier of the Earth would not have been enough. We needed a stronger force, so we used the sun as a shield. The sun became our Coulomb barrier, and thank God for that. So we find that the sun shield is a physical barrier because we found that 3i Atlas was hiding behind the sun, and when it went through its physical manifestation, the sun was a barrier of that physical manifestation. So 3i Atlas was able to expand its field as a Gans popcorn. And it did that from a pico position. But it didn't continue. It hit a counterweight position, which was its own Coulomb barrier shield, if you will, and that was in the non-physical state, right? And R2 Swan had the same thing, except that R2 Swan was even bigger, and it used the same process. So now you understand how significant our sun is. So now we can understand on the 603rd Knowledge Seeker Workshop how this vertical alignment went through and how the path link and susceptibility was affected between the soul of physicality, and the physicality. It manifested an infinity loop. And so that infinity loop created a field. That field was the inertia field emission. The emission is what leads to this threshold crossing, because the MAGRAV was maintained. So the green path was maintained, and through that maintenance, there's an emission through the red path. And there you go. So now we understand how the GANs flowed in water. Why? Because GANs has an affinity to give and take energy, and so does water. Water can exchange energy, and it can give and take energy. So the giving is to exchange magnetical energy, and the taking is to exchange gravitational energy. And this is what we have to understand as this being the reality of our existence. So the gravitational intensity is the attraction, and that is part of our feedback, because that's what we know. But the repulsion is part of our magnetical intensity, and that is part of the feeding. And that is also part of what we know. What we have to understand is that the two are working together. And so, just like the electron and the neutron, you can clearly see the difference here. So, when we look at the P-stone reactor, we have to understand that as a shield, that is a dimension point. But as a star position, that too is a dimension point. And as a possession, in this case, Mr. Goldfinger, that is a dimensional point. But what are we talking about here? When we look at crop circles, we still seem to not understand where they came from. But if we are looking at it as knowledge seekers, we find that each rotating field is the magnetical part, and at the core is the gravitational part. So if we look at the rotating magnetical field and its physicality being large, you could say that that is the Gans-like. And when you look at the core gravitational field, you could say that it's Pico-like. And so what we're looking at, the rotating field in the center, in between the picogans and the gans, that field is round. It doesn't seem to have any points. But when you look at the field on the outside, the large rotating field, it has a lot of points. What is instructive is that if you count these points, you will find that there are two overlapping fields. And each overlapping field has 7 points. Now, when you look at the star formation in the center, it only has 3 points. The fourth point being the magnetical point of the star formation. Well, that magnetical point manifests into the pico point at the plasma core. Now, that field is spherical. So the gravitational point in the core is the spherical representation of this two-dimensional diagram. And when you look at these points on the outer field, what is instructive is that there are 7 points. But there's a second angular rotating field, and it too has 7 points. And if you add up all the points, it comes out to 14 points. We'll have to discuss that later, because what is really interesting is that when we talked about the Great Flood, we talked about the 7 civilizations. And all the civilizations had the same story of the Great Flood. And so what is common is there are many points on that star formation, because it's not just one point on the star formation, but there's 8 billion points. And each of us has a pico point. If you think about it, you don't want to get hurt in that process. Because now you see, excuse me, now you see how the inertia highway works. There's the carbon 12, carbon 14, carbon 16. But there's a counterweight in the background. And when you look at that counterweight in the background, there's another field. What are we giving our time and attention to? Are we giving attention to ourselves? How can you exist in a community by yourself? So there's unity within the community. And then you have your own inner space unity of all the cells. And you have your mental and your physical construct. And there's a bounding zone between there. And you have your soul and your consciousness, and there's a bounding zone between there. And you have the energy and the intention, and there's a bonding zone between there. And so each of us is translating that at the binding zone. So the energy as it travels, we call it the principal matter, the PM ticks, and they're magnetical. They're an energy parceling unit that is delivering energy, and it is diluting in strength to create the antimatter, dark matter, and matter gen. And this is all converging into the plasma gen. And at that point, it converts into a plasma. But in order to manifest, it has to have a field interaction within the environment. And that becomes a maggrav of its own. And at that point, it becomes gravitational. And there you have your physical manifestation. So let's understand. 2 plasmas come together. No 2 plasmas are the same. And they create this dimension point in that transaction zone. So coming together, and one is magnetical, one is gravitational, and that is the construct. You have to have both. And the gravitational confirmation is in the emission of light that's crossed that threshold. And we see this anomaly where oxygen is a non-visible gas, but in its position, it says, well, it can emit a fingerprint spectrum, a color spectrum, and it's unique. And you know that it's oxygen. And so that allows us to view oxygen everywhere in the universe by converting that fingerprint into an emission of color spectrum. And that's how we can do this gravitational tracking. So that energy is always coming together. And so our existence is fundamentally in the matter plasma dimensions, which constitutes our physicality. We can touch and we can see it, and we say, well, there you are, and that's what you are. But that's the gravitational aspect. What we need to understand is that there's a magnetical field that you can touch or you can see, and it is also part of our matter plasma. And so man is feedback dominant, not recognizing the feeding aspect of it. So our impression of what we have is based on what our neighbors have. Which is kind of unfortunate because your neighbor will always have more than you, right? Especially if you steal it from them. Why make more than they do? You just take what they have and then they have less. And so this is the plasma matter dilemma, how we transfer energy from this plasma state to the GAN state, to the nanostate, to the atomic state and back, and interact on the left side and the right side of the equation. And every one of these become a transaction zone. And they're all different, just like we are all different, but we're all part of the humanity species. So how could we all be the same and still be all different? Well, that is why. So our existence on this planet is based on supplementation that's due to consumption. And our consumption is information and knowledge. And we find, well, that's an acquired knowledge. So one of the ways we can do that is by living. Life is for learning. But then we also have this teachings by the ancient teachers. Do we understand that that is a conditional teaching? They just teach us what they want us to know. But the Creator wants us to know everything. There's an unconditional teaching. And so with this new awareness, we find that we have a deficiency. And what we have to do is we have to cross that historical threshold between the cosmic feeding and the loosh harvesting. Because that loosh harvesting is man's burden. In the 604th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, we see that there's a relationship between the soul and the physicality, and it has to cross the threshold of the soul of physicality. And so our representation of our physicality is from the point of view of the soul of physicality, forgetting, of course, that the soul is the source of that intention and that energy and everything else. So as we head into uncharted territory, it looks like it's a pico dimension because we find that there are many stars beyond the nano monatomic state. And we are with the herd at that turning point where we see the range of energy going from decay to radiation, where the decay is the disintegration of the mag-grav condition, and the radiation implying that there's a disintegration through explosion of the mag-grav condition. Well, we are the AI. We are the ancestral intelligence. We are the technology. And that technology is the inertia product of our physicality. We are the image of our dimensional convergence point. This is a new understanding of the new science because it's not really new. It just shows you that energy is portable. So the energy state transition can either be elevation, which is the physical matter state to the energy state, or inertia, which is the energy state to physical matter state. So when we talk about elevation, that involves expansion from the Nico Pico popcorn to the gas popcorn. It's just that the Pico has not popped. So the dynamic soul initiator is at the core. That's the soul of the creator, the soul of the earth, the soul of the family of humanity, the soul of man, the soul of the body, or the soul of the cells. There's no translation needed. All are at the pico core. These are all part of the soul food that's available to us. All we have to do is plug into the creator and tune into the cosmic rays so that we can turn on that energy and drop out of our resistance and receive that particular inertia point. So we have to provide the pattern and then we can get the energy. And so what you create is what you receive. And so let's enlarge our schemes so that we can be more, do more, and act towards the greater oneness. and suddenly transcend the limitations of nuclear science, as we have been trying to do 616 weeks in a row with the Knowledge Seekers workshops. The teaching continues, doesn't stop. The GANS has an affinity of truth. And so we went from the nano coding to the pico coding to the GANS, from diamonds to gold. And now we're producing it by the tons, the same way the earth produced it. We don't have to rob, cheat, and steal and kill for it. So we're on the verge of a massive technology release because this planet was not working properly. It's hard to sleep when our beds are burning. So the rescue is afoot. The scientific, financial, political, and preservation rescue that is represented by our consumption rescue, understanding the creation. That is the ultimate rescue. So that when we look at our physical affinity and we see that we are emotionally charged, that's our Gans ball. And that comes from the twinity of the Picotech. Things are popping. There's the One Nation Network, which is opening the blinds of One Nation Network at a time. And that time is now, because peace and prosperity is due on this planet. And it is overdue. That's why our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to the lack of knowledge. There's a World Peace Treaty. That's the only way that we can join the universal community. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers of the carbon nations, learning about the new selection process of the new organic plasma science. That World Peace Treaty is something that we choose, sign it unconditionally, mean it sincerely. The point of the true Ganstech is to cross these polyatomic boundaries. The wars on Earth space do not translate across the peace dome. Is the inertia of the present governed by the dimensions of history? Well, it's time to learn that the history of self has a different complexion in the universal context, because the GANS is a peaceful superconductor of true intentions, and the picogans is that tiny giant of fields of each of the matter state, plasma state, and the universal state. And that's just why the plasma science is delivered daily and needs to continue via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to that new golden outer space age. And I thank you all for staying with me on this trip. I hope you had fun. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Alex. And hopefully you're not going to be testing us on this in the short term. I don't think I would pass that test. There's so much you've shared with us today. But let's see, I don't see any questions in the chat, but maybe someone has a question or something they'd like to clarify. You keep referring to pico GANs, but I thought GANs is more of a special class between matter state and plasma and above the level of pico. When we make a CO2 box, do we have pico materials in there? Maybe we are producing a GANs of pico, but I'm thinking it's just the field dimension. You've mentioned pico GANs. And we know we can make a GANs of anything if you know how to play, but is the pico material made into a GANs? Just a point of clarification.
And that is an important point. So I was of the same opinion as what you just said. The thing that I couldn't rationalize was the fact that the nanocoding was small and the GANS coding was large. And the point being is that the only way you could see the nanocoding was with the multiple layers. So, but 40,000 layers, that gave you the blackness. But, there's different shades of blackness. And so that means, 40,000 is not the limit. You can go 100,000 layers. It all depends on how you continue the process. But when you get down to something so tiny, so the only way we could see the nanocoding, which is 10 to the minus sixth, was to see the nanocoding is 10 to the minus ninth. The only way to see that is with the multiple layers. So you needed thousands of layers to see it. But the pico is 1,000 times smaller, 3 orders of magnitude smaller, 10 times 10 times 10. So we didn't know what it looked like. We thought that the nanocoding was round, but then we see that it's like a diamond. Well, diamond is carbonate. Carbonate has 8 points. So then when we look at the pico, and we finally could see that, we needed a special equipment to see that. And it had many points, way more than 8. But we needed a special equipment to see that. The GANs you can just see with the naked eye. So therefore, the GANs itself is not 10 to the minus 12th, but it's 10 to the positive 12th in terms of energy. So therefore, there is a balanced counterweight between the GANs popcorn and the pico popcorn because the pattern is the same. And you can ascertain, you can look under the microscope and you will see that the GANs has many points. And how often have we talked about the carbon 12? So more than 8, the carbon 14, the carbon 16, right on up to the carbon 60. That's 60 points. Did we count the number of points on the pico point? Did we count the number of points on the GANS point? Are you really able to see one GANS? Has anybody ever seen one GANS? Or just because there's a whole bunch of GANS, all of a sudden we can see it, just like the multiple layers of the nanocoding? Well, if the GANS is a nanosolid, then nanosolid means it's 10 to the minus ninth. But the energy it is giving is 10 to the plus ninth. It's a superconductor. So really, we can't see the nanocoding until it has multiple layers. We can't see the pico coding because it's tiny and it's in the heart of the nano star formation. So are we deluding ourselves that we can see the GANs? Or is it because of the multiple layers of the GANs that we can see it? So I think we've come to the point in realization that when you get into the micro world, that is below 10 to the minus sixth, there's a whole different science going on.
Right.
Aye, aye.
Yep. That may be for a future time. He said we did have to go in that direction, and maybe they are going in there now. But I remember a statement. The creator is small, weak, and a giver. So I'm starting to understand that the creation is not coming from the big down to the small. It's actually building up from very, very small and weak fields into something that can manifest in the matter state. That's just the way I'm seeing it.
Before you go
Small,
to,
weak, and a giver.
so before you go to Ike, that description that you just made applies directly to the picogans.
Yeah. Okay. Come right in, Ike. You don't have to raise your hand. And I think Gail wanted more explanation as well. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Alex. So in a sense, right? I understand Pico is minus 12, right?
Yes.
Okay. Nano is minus 9. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then in terms of we're looking at it measure, it's like the smallest. So let's assume Pico has to have a high energy in terms of if you're looking at something very high, starting from that position, so Pico should be of the highest energy.
Right.
Okay, in that, if it's of the highest energy compared to nano, explain to me how is it able to hold like a storage? If something is of high strength, I would think it would be ready to burst. But how is it able to hold at that position? And knowing that magnetic fields travel. So if it's starting from the initial point and then keep moving forward to where we understand that pico, okay, is a higher strength, and then nano is another strength that is lower. But how is that able to hold in that storage? How can that hold so much storage at that point? How is it possible? Any science behind it?
Well, I think if you've ever had a flat tire, I think you can understand that when your tire is flat, you can inflate it by absorbing more air. But the reason the tire was flat was because it was losing air, emitting air, in other words. So the conformity of the tire remains. But whether it's flat or inflated is dependent on the rate of emission of the air and the rate of inflation. So in terms of physicality, we don't really have a tire that can inflate and deflate itself as it's driving along. It either goes flat or it's fully inflated. In the plasma state, a maggrav condition is either giving or taking energy, but it's doing both simultaneously because energy is always in motion. So when you're looking at that pico, based on surface to volume ratio, it has an enormously high negative charge, which means it's giving. But in terms of its position, it's in the gravitational location at the core. So that core is maintained because it can emit that energy. And so it can emit and absorb energy simultaneously as a giver, but it doesn't deflate because it's also a taker. And that's the nature of a maggrav. So the pico can do it, the nano can do it, the GANs can do it, you can do it. And that is the nature of the plasma science, the giving and the taking simultaneously to maintain that maggrav position of field containment.
And also there's other sizes lower than pico, right?
Well, how small is small?
That's imagination then.
Yeah, well, you have to understand that we are measuring in terms of physicality, aren't we?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So in the sense that if we get into that energy world, then that's another dimension to understand, because this is just physicality. Interesting.
Thank you, Ike.
Gail, did you want to ask something? I think you were curious about something. Maybe she can't come to her mic. Oh,
I
yeah.
can. I've
Yes.
just started using my computer, so I have to learn new things. Um,
Congratulations.
yeah. Uh, I um I'm just checking. When Ike was talking now, it's becoming very, very small and gives a lot, but I keep thinking of the earth. And so my question was what you did a while back on density. And the strength of the gravitational is very, very large, and the energy is very large, the denser and smaller that it becomes. So as it becomes pico, it becomes extremely powerful. And then, um, but not, it's not really the matter state, it's energy pure. So how, I sort of was trying to think when we talk about E is equal to M. So that means that if we get towards the pico, then how high does that go? I mean, it's almost infinitely powerful. Am I in the wrong direction or
No, I
what?
think you're talking like Mr. Kesh now.
That will be the day. But we all have to, according to Mr. Kesh, we will eventually start to talk like him.
Yes, absolutely. It is exciting to hear people start to explain their understanding or a little bit more. All of these things have been formed. This is part of the perhaps new language that's being introduced to the planet as well.
Yeah, we're in kindergarten, but we're doing really well. I think we're out of creche. That's what they call it here.
So even
So,
at this small state of pico, it's giving, but it's also taking at the same time. As we say, there's no giving without taking, so that's happening. It's just at such a minute level, and there's probably, as Mr. Kesh said, there's levels below the pico, I believe, and that will be a teaching more and more into the future. Or maybe it's coming now. As he said, these Pico chips are coming into reality and making the quantum almost like a horse and buggy, this quantum science, he said, will have very little relevance, so unimportant in the future as we continue to progress into this understanding of creation.
Mark, are you able to hear well without any interruption?
Absolutely. This is the clearest
That
voice
I'm
we've
so
had.
glad my computer is working.
And we're not getting that feedback. So you can leave your mic open on that system. It's not interfering whatsoever.
Yeah, it'll be much easier.
Yes, yes.
Hmm. Thank goodness for that. Oh, okay. That's so I don't know if I have anything more to say on this. Oh yeah, when we were talking about the energy is equal to the mass. So in my head, okay, I've got the picture of the Earth and all the very basic core of the Earth creates all the different gravitational and magnetical fields, and they interact and they produce our magnetosphere at the end of the day. And when I looked at a picture, I think we were talking with Jalal, you have the gravitational, and it's quite large. And then you have even beyond that, the magnetical, which ends up being like a magnetosphere. So the size of the gravitational is it really, really small compared to the size of the field of the magnetical, and therefore your mass is very, very small? That's my question.
Alex, also going back to when you said how small is too small, what is there a limit in terms of the physicality? If you have okay, let's start with large to small, and I know 1 meter, and then 1 milli is -3, going down smaller. We have micro, -6. I think we have nano, -9, and pico, where we are -12. So I assume there has to be, I believe Mr. Keshe said femto and atto, which is -15 and 18. So at what point would it flip back to out of this physical scale that we know? Because if you come to large, we have kilo, we have billion and others, trillion, it goes forward. We don't know until we get to that point, then we have that scale. But for the smallest and the smallest, for pico, if I visualize it, it could be the size of an atom. Nano, we always know is the size like a viruses, that there's a whatever. Then micro, we have the hair, inside diameter of the hair, the micro. But beyond pico, going down to negative, from negative 6, 12 to -24, 20. Is that a limit? Is that another, I mean, where is the limit before it gets to energy world or plasma world or something? Do you know of any scale like that?
Well, I don't have access to classified information, or I'm not part of the research, so I can't answer that question. I'm just Joe Muck and Fudge, like everybody else. And the thing is that it only stands to reason that it would be possible. It's like you play on a piano and you say, well, there are 88 keys, and the highest note, is like right up there. But is that the highest note? Because there are harmonics. So the highest note has a frequency, but the harmonics are multiples of that frequency. And so are the harmonics like what we call tonality, and the timbre are, a Stradivarius violin, they're not just talking about the music that it creates, but they're talking about the timbre, the tonal quality, and all of these attributes that they're applying to sound that, isn't translated so much as frequency as it is translated as emotional language. So we already know that music conveys a language, but if you listen to a song on a mono station and you listen to one on a stereo station, you get a different point of view of that same music. And then as you enhance the quality, you start to get more that fulfills the image. It becomes a more complete image. However you want to use that as an analogy, you come to a restaurant and they'll just give you a burger. Another restaurant will give you a burger on a bun. And another one will say, well, we're going to give you, all the trimmings. So every one of them feeds you, but each one has a different kind of quality. And we have been settling for the lowest quality. because we almost become, grateful for the crumbs because we are dealing with intermediaries who are feeding us on a conditional basis. Yeah, you can get satisfied with, just eating, a bunch of something. You can just eat a bowl of rice and you can get fed. But that's not a 5-course meal.
So,
So,
so in a sense, if we increase our soul strength, then we can open up this knowledge to where we can observe the smaller of the smaller of the smallest of, because right now that's just the limit that we know. But as we increase our strength, our soul strength, and then there's other opportunities for us to move further to the tiniest of the tiniest of the tiniest.
well, the thing is that we don't have the physical ability to manage that. Okay, so most of us are having just difficulty navigating a car. Uh, when you have 73 trillion cells in your body and they are functioning at 250,000 transactions per second, so 250,000 times 73 trillion, that's a big number. I don't know what that number is, but I think your basic calculator wouldn't be able to handle it.
Right.
And who cares? Okay, all what you care is that you can get up out of the chair and go to the washroom when you have to, or go and caress your special person in your life. So this is you're not discussing, say, oh, okay, it's your turn, kidney, and by the way, the heart is still drumming, and don't forget the spleen. I mean, gee whiz, don't ever forget the spleen. My God, I'm sorry, pancreas. Please don't get angry. You know, I I have preference. It's like the Smothers Brothers. Mom always liked you best. So that doesn't work that way. The soul is unconditional and gives to all members of the body, and that's 73 trillion. And that's what we understand in the physicality. But what about the twinity that supports those 73 trillion? Well, the thing is, we can count that trillion when we have a cadaver, because that is actually in a GAN state. As a cadaver, it translates into a physical state. Why? Because it's the lowest energy. The life force essence has left that cadaver. So, really what we're counting is the residue. So inside our bodies, we are having a different state of vitality. So you can't say that, oh, it's a specific number. Once you hit that number, well, you're alive. Well, we know that there are people who are barely alive, and there are people who are like the life of the party, and they're overly energetic. So this uniqueness that each of us has is our ability to interpret these plasma fields, and it is affected by our susceptibility to accept and to employ and to integrate with this energy. And when we resist and we say, I want it my way, great, go right ahead, knock yourself out. And I hope you have a lot of fun. But, when you say, well, let's look at it this way, or let's look at it that way, you know what? Let's look at it the right way. The right way is the energy is always in motion. So you have to decide what it is that you're giving your time and attention to. You think all of us are here fooling around, sitting here wasting our time? This meeting is recorded. This meeting will be repeated. And all of us have in our memory our presence here today. And when your grandchildren ask you, well, where were you when things changed? I was there. I was there. And this is one of the proudest moments that we could have. A lot of people, just have a proud moment of, well, I was there at my daughter's wedding. That was the proudest moment in their life. Well, we were here when humanity joined the universal community. We have already joined. The universal community is absolutely begging us to join them because they too are in a deficiency. Everybody wants the family to come together. It's just a few miscreants, hanging on to failings and weaknesses of the human spirit and dominating. Well, that domination is fragile. And what we have to do is become aware of that and then bring about that physical, practical application of our knowledge. We've tried many, many times, and we haven't been successful. But life teaches you how to do things. So if we do things the same way, which is through war, we'll get the same result. So automatically we know that is the wrong way to go about it. And that killing has to stop. Back to you, Mark, please.
Sorry, Alex. I just wanted to reiterate again. The pictures from the book of the Earth and the core and the gravitational fields that come up along with the magnetical fields. Do we have a huge group? I'm looking at the picture you've got. To me, the gravitational fields, even if they are smaller, they're much more powerful because they're more dense. I may be wrong, that's for sure. And the magnetical is outgoing, and they all come from the same source in the middle and interact with so many other fields. So if I look at at our, like for example, this one, I am assuming that the magnetical is not as strong as gravitational, even though it looks like gravitational is smaller, maybe. But the power of gravitation, I mean, if you look at the density, it would be enormous. Is that, or if I got the right idea or not?
Yeah, yes, you do. And that's where the confusion comes in because the higher energy is the giver. So the, higher energy gives to the lower energy. So the gravitational is the higher energy and it gives to the lower energy the magnetical. As that gravitational energy gets absorbed by the magnetical, now the magnetical can give. And the balance of the magnetical is based on the number of points, if you want to talk in those terms, compared to the number of points in the gravitational. So there's one point in the gravitational at the core and multiple points of the magnetical. So each individual magnetical is a fragment of the whole, right? Each one is a fragment of the complexity. So each and every magnetical has the matter, antimatter, dark matter dimension point. But they're not at the same strength as the gravitational. And the gravitational has to maintain its continual ability to feed. Since the gravitational is an inertia field, it is able to continue this nuclear feeding. But how does it get fed? Does the magnetical of that field feed the gravitational? No. No, then you're a dog chasing your tail and you get nowhere. Okay, so the magnetical energy is to feed others, and the gravitational is absorbed from others still. And that manifestation comes from the cosmic rays. That's from here. So when we're looking at the picture of our plasma core, we're not seeing the cosmic ray feeding. So what we are doing as a Keshe Foundation in terms of our research, and Mark Ray in terms of our practical application of that research, is we are applying the technology in a practical way of the cosmic ray feeding. So why have an intermediary? Why let the earth produce the gold and then we have to get our pickaxes to get the gold? Why don't we just say, well, Earth, thanks for teaching us how to do this. We're going to do it the same way. Why not? The Earth is an inertia density manifestation. We are an inertia density manifestation as well. So we can do the same thing. We can create gold the same way that the Earth creates the gold.
As long as we create this same condition that would apply, for example, in China in the mountains. So as long as you provide that kind of condition, then you will get the gold.
Well, the condition is unconditionality. That's the condition.
I mean, I know gold fields are in certain positions on the earth due to the environment at that point.
So we have an ability to manifest that environment.
Anywhere, okay.
So we can take the environment with us. If we can take the environment with us, then we can take our physicality with us. And
Yes.
ergo, we can enter into outer space, which according to conventional science has never been done because they still measure the distance to the stars in light years.
Which is matter state. Okay.
Thanks,
All right.
thank you very much, Gail, for your assistance in this.
I'm still thinking. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Since they don't have a mouth and they don't have a stomach, how are they, if they do manifest, again, Mr. Keshe said we'll see, how are they going to communicate with us without a mouth? And again, I think this will help with the understanding of the feeding and take. I think this is our biggest defense, is to take other creatures, whether it's a nut or an apple, and kill it and consume it in a way. This is our biggest defense. But how are they going to communicate with us with no mouth? We won't hear any spoken words. It'll be all zero time type communication. Will they, because Mr. Keshe indicated they had sent communication, is there a special device that they'll bring with them allowing communication or
emotions?
Okay.
We can you use your emotions and then you can convert it to what you are used to, or they will convert it to what we are used to. So it all depends.
Okay.
Because that's the energy. Go ahead.
No, if they're, I think this will help in the eating as well. How did they trap? This will create a lot of consternation for mankind. How did they travel for millions or thousands of years? We know it goes on a 3,000 trip without actually consuming food. But yet they still appear to be in great shape. Their intelligence is certainly not lacking behind man. So I think this will help us. Maybe they'll explain more about the ethos, because how are you going to travel around the universe with no mouth and no stomach to digest anything? This is going to cause a huge, as I said when I first heard Mr. Keshe said you can feed yourself without eating, I said there's no way I could possibly imagine how this can be done. Now we're going to have actual specimens, or maybe they'll allow themselves to be studied in conjunction with explaining the reason why they have no mouth and no stomach. certainly they've met the, if it's thinking, speaking, and acting without a mouth, you certainly can't speak. Of course, you can still think, but they haven't offended in that way, so to speak. I'm not sure.
It's all
I mean,
field.
you already do it
Yeah.
when you think about another person, and then you end up communicating with them in one way or the other. So you can communicate without opening your mouth. You can definitely think the thoughts, and like Ike said, you have your emotions that can feel that for sure.
So no
Right.
mouth, no teeth.
You don't need that.
No, that's what we know here in this physicality. But we have the trees. They're still standing for thousands of years, so they absorb fields. They don't have mouths or teeth, so but they're able to absorb fields and still stay healthy. So you can translate that to other organisms from out of any place. It's all about fields. They know how to absorb fields. So our mouth and our teeth and these are all the dimensions for us here. And that's why we are murderers. We try to grab and chew. But if we're able to absorb fields, and then we already do that, 80% of our energy comes from fields absorption. So it's just the 20% that we are used to chewing and killing and doing all that.
So probably those images of reptilians with very large stature and very big mouths and teeth that are dripping with saliva, that's probably all made up. What would they need that for?
Picture.
Or it's used again to protect themselves. If you saw an entity like that, certainly you would not try to challenge it. I'm thinking that is another way of them manifesting in a way that causes us, like the skunk, as I said in the past. When you see a skunk, you certainly don't want to cross their path. You go in a different direction. So I'm thinking because these entities are rather shy and rather peaceful, sometimes they may allow us to see them as something that we wouldn't want to interact with off the bat, let's say. We can see that they're more powerful than we are physically, or what appears to be a physicality.
Think of chameleons. They change color as you come in. They change to the environment, to what, as a defense mechanism. So if they can able to do that and they are here, imagine what other intelligent technologies can do. So they could be disappearing and appearing in front of us, but we would think it's something different.
I think they will. I actually, and Mr. Keshe said, we have the ability to do that, to balance the fields with the environment. Now you see me, now you don't. I'm still here, but I've sort of blended in or balanced with the fields of my environment. So I think we're in for a lot of shocking surprises coming up. And again, it's beautiful to know these people are very considerate. They're not aggressive, and we have a connection with them. So we're about to, again, this is going to be shocking for many circles on this planet, but I think they'll get over it. Anyone else have a thought, a question, a comment?
Thank you all for allowing me to continue to present, and I'm hopeful that you're all enjoying this. It's it's my point of view and how I interpret things, and I'm just trying to offer suggestions on how we can discuss with our neighbors. But please remember, in your own capability and your own understanding, and you don't have to understand the nuts and bolts. You just have to look at the results and understand that you already have abundant knowledge because you've already survived so many things on this planet, and they've basically thrown everything at us, and we still keep on coming. So we are the indomitable spirit. Please carry on. Thank you so much.
All right, I'll take the screen. We'll play the final disclaimer. Meeting will come to an end. Any other thoughts, questions, comments, issues? And it does seem like, again, most of this is being gifted as a gift from the Creator in a way that will come to this elevation and enlightened period. Again, it may take a little bit longer than we wanted, but there's a reason for everything. And we'll just have to see how this shakes out. But certainly, this group or the Keshe Foundation is leading the pack universally, I believe, in what they're about to, or what they have shown, what they're about to show. And then, of course, we have the visitors coming in, which Mr. Keshe said they're quite familiar. He's quite familiar with these people and actually have traveled on these types of systems, even though they're far advanced of mankind. So we're about to get gifted by people who, again, know probably maybe a little bit more about us than we actually know about ourselves. But we'll have to see, especially if they did the seeding when the Earth was in the position of Mars. Perhaps we'll have to see. And again, that must have been many, many cycles ago, because for Mars to move into the current Mars to move into the position of Earth is going to be probably over millions of years, unless something perturbs the sun and there's a change of position in the planets. But I think it's usually a much slower progressive process that way. So a lot to learn, but we will be learning it from very experienced visitors and, of course, very experienced universal teachers, as we've all become aware how deep the knowledge that is carried within the Keshe Foundation and, of course, with Mr. Keshe. But now it's being shared with all of us. Okay, so thank you all. If there's no further comments or questions, we'll play the final disclaimer. Have an amazing rest of your day, continuing to, again, explore and understand this knowledge for ourselves. We don't need any gurus and we don't need those sorts of things. He keeps referring to us teaching ourselves, but we're having tools to help us with this, and I think other entities. And again, this has been the, in a way, this is what's been asked for. You just, as Alex just stated, he's just sharing what he thinks he understands about this. And I've been that way as well. I'm just being impartial. This is just my understanding or my take on this knowledge, and so on and so forth. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for carrying a very small piece of a very large carpet, but I think we're finding out more and more we're part and always have been part of a much larger structure. We're just coming into the realization of the whole, in a way, totality. And again, I'm sure there's more steps to go. And enjoy your journey, a beautiful journey on this plasma highway, as Alex likes to say. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? If not, we'll play the final disclaimer. Meeting will come to an end for now. See you in one of the future sessions. Thank you all again.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.